20% from the District Assembly Common Fund. And as we speak, the government of Ghana is owing about 32.7 million Ghana cedis to the National Disaster Management Organization. And because government cannot pay, the National Disaster Management Organization is not disaster ready. Invariably, the country Ghana is not disaster ready. If something strikes today, we will all be put to shame. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, even right at Qatar, in Ketusa, when the sea waves brought so much disaster, the country could not respond. Yes, it is estimate, I know. Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to know that the estimate is made for us to make progress as a country to ensure peace and security. Mr. Speaker, IGF retention is a very serious matter. IGF retention is a very serious matter. If you are generating income and you are not allowed to retain, it is a very serious matter. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the estimate for the Ghana Immigration Service, and the fact that the Ghana Immigration Service generates a lot of internally generated funds, and they are only allowed to retain just 15% of that, it is important for this House, in approving the budget, that we suggest that the 15% is improved upon to at least 20%. Mr. Speaker, rent allowance alone is eating so much into the budget of many of these security agencies. So if we give them just salary, and it's not enough for even for them to pay rent and take care of other goods and services, Mr. Speaker, we will end up by saying that we are paying them to work, but we are not giving them the requisite tools for them to be able to deliver and perform up to optimal. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, we realize that government have tried as much as possible to do retooling. And I want to pray that the retooling budget should not be treated as a normal budget. What is promised these agencies should be delivered with rapid speed, because they need the money to be able to do something better. But in needing the money, we are not willing to share the burden of suppressing the Ghanaian people. If our hope is in the E-levy, let's forget it. Let's look for very innovative ways of raising money to support the security agencies. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I support the motion that the budget of 5,119,500,000 Ghana cedis be approved for the Ministry of Interior. I saw that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I put the question. Those in favor of motion number 25 at page 10 of the order paper, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. And this House has accordingly approved the sum of 5,119,500,000 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Interior for the year ending 31st December 2022. Honourable members, please, committees, I don't want to hear from any committee bemoaning about the paucity of the allocation to any ministry. It is the responsibility of this House to empower and strengthen the Ministry of Finance, GRA, and other agencies to be able to generate enough revenue for you to approve for those ministries and government agencies. So you will be blaming yourself, not the Ministry of Finance, because that is your mandate, your responsibility, not that of the ministry. The ministry is just your agency. So please, let's move away from that and assume our duty well. Are we together? Yes.
Yeah, put a question on that.
We call it a day
On that.
Yes, I put the question now.
So we do move number as item 33. Item 33.
Item 233 at page 12 of the order paper. That's motion to be moved by the majority leader.
Speaker, I rise to move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 118,611,000 Ghana cedis for the services of the Electoral Commission for the year ending 31st December 2022. The Speaker, so move.
Motion moved. Any second?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion ably moved by the leader of government business. And Mr. Speaker, I second this in terms of the report of the committee. Mr. Speaker, for want of time, Mr. Speaker, I shall pray Hansa Department to capture the entire report. Mr. Speaker, it is a 14-page report. It is a 14-page report. And Mr. Speaker, we are saying in this report that, Mr. Speaker, the Electoral Commission is mandated by Article 43 of the Constitution and by an act of this very House, Act 451, to organize and supervise all public elections and referenda in Ghana, to advance the cause of democracy, good governance, through free, fair, and transparent elections. Mr. Speaker, no doubt, the Electoral Commission has discharged such a national duty with distinction, and we all know that. Of course, we've had the occasion to question some infractions, but it's all good for democracy. Mr. Speaker, I will repeat the core functions per paragraph 5 of the report, but I would go straight to the expenditure item for 2021. Mr. Speaker, all of them have been so listed: goods and services, capex, and
Honorable, have you finished seconding the motion?
Mr. Speaker, I'm on my feet. The minority chief whip is obstructing me. So, Mr. Speaker, if the allocation and actual releases as at 2021, Mr. Speaker, clearly you can see that government did well by ensuring releases were made. And then, Mr. Speaker, if you come to table 2, all details have again been captured where you see zero variance. Mr. Speaker, now if you look at paragraph 8 of the report, we've emphasized that, Mr. Speaker, for the purpose of implementation of its program for the ensuing year, the amount of 118 million has been allocated. Mr. Speaker, we believe that with our support, if the Electoral Commission receives these funds, it will be able to discharge its duty in the ensuing year. Mr. Speaker, I rest my case at this point without more. I thank you.
Honorable members, motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Deputy Minority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion on the floor. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion. Mr. Speaker, just to make some few comments in relation to the budget allocation for the Electoral Commission for the year 2022. Mr. Speaker, the committee met with the deputy chairpersons of the Electoral Commission. That was yesterday. And in considering their estimates, Mr. Speaker, we assess their performance for the 2021 budgetary allocation to them. And consider the estimates for the 2022 year. Mr. Speaker, 3 serious or 4 serious observations were made. That was, the first of it was creation of Guang constituency. Mr. Speaker, this was one of the matters that was raised seriously at the committee hearing. The committee wanted to know from the Electoral Commission why we have 261 districts in the country, but the 261st district, which is the one district, has been created as an administrative district, but without a constituency. So we wanted to know what measures the Electoral Commission was taking to make sure that the good people of one district are given a constituency to enable them have a representation in this August House. Mr. Speaker, the Electoral Commission explained to the Special Budget Committee that it has commenced processes toward the creation of the Guang constituency, and that the constitutional instrument towards the creation of the constituency is currently with the Office of the Attorney General, and that he indicated to the committee that by 31st of March, that's by the end of the third quarter 2022, he will make sure that the Guang constituency is created to enable the good people of Santrokofi, Akwafu, Lolubi, and Likwe will have a representation in this August House by a constitutional instrument. Mr. Speaker, the second thing that was also raised was whether the Electoral Commission was going to create additional constituencies to increase the number of MPs from 275 constituencies upwards. The Electoral Commission answered to the committee that it had no plans to create any additional constituency in this country. Mr. Speaker, the third item that was also raised at the meeting was in relation to voter registration. Mr. Speaker, the answers that were given to the Special Budget Committee from the chairpersons of the Electoral Commission, Mr. Speaker, were matters that need the engagement of members of this House and actors in the political landscape in this country. Why am I saying this, Mr. Speaker? The Electoral Commission explained to the committee that they are now engaging the National Identification Authority so that in the near future, the Ghana card will be the only identification document that will be accepted by the Electoral Commission in embarking upon their voter registration exercise. This, Mr. Speaker, in the opinion of the committee, needs an engagement of the committee in this House and further discussion. The Ghana passport will be ruled out. The voter's ID card itself, the other identification cards that we have in this country will be ruled out. And they even went to the extent of saying that even the guarantor system, which is highly patronized in the rural areas and which was used to introduce members to be able to procure the Ghana card, will also be ruled out. And that the only identity document or card that they will accept in making sure that they allow people to register into the Electoral Commission will be the Ghana card. This, we think, may be a recipe for disaster, and therefore we need to interrogate it and engage them more. Mr. Speaker, they said they will also, they raised a serious matter in connection with fees and charges that we said we will engage them later, and because we couldn't take a decision on that, it would be unfair for me, Mr. Speaker, to raise it here. The last observation we made was that, Mr. Speaker, in conducting the confirmation processes of the DCEs, MMDCEs, Mr. Speaker, a lot of disturbances occurred. The Electoral Commission said they were not in charge of the security services. This, in the opinion of the committee, we said we should engage and work together so that in the near future, such occurrences may not occur again. But Mr. Speaker, the budgetary allocation given to them, they told us that they are empathizing or sympathizing with the Finance Ministry. And therefore, their budgetary allocation for this year, for 2022, was only 180 million. Meaning they suspended their ongoing construction of these state offices. They suspended a lot of activities that they were embarking upon. They said because they know that this year is a unique year. Because of COVID, they didn't want to overburden the Finance Ministry with their request. So the district offices, they are going to construct only 2. And regional offices, they are going to construct only 2. The Speaker, I'm saying this so that when they bring their 2023 budget, we will take all those things into consideration, because it is the only electoral management body in this country which gives birth to all of us in this house, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, if there is any institution that needs to be resourced in terms of office accommodation and so thing, the Electoral Commission is one. Mr. Speaker, that notwithstanding, in the 2020 elections, Mr. Speaker, they brought their budget here. They needed 1.9 billion. The Finance Ministry said the ceiling was 1 billion 60 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, the 1.60 billion couldn't organize all their electoral activities and administrative activities. Therefore, they needed additional money. This committee made the case for them. So because of that, in the year 2021, they were giving additional money in excess of their budgetary allocation to be able to cater for their liabilities in the 2020 elections. And that was an amount of about 204 million. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to thank you once again and to call upon honorable colleagues to approve this report and to enable the Electoral Commission have the opportunity to spend 180 million in the year 2022. Mr. Speaker, I support the motion.
Honorable members, before I put the question, I want some clarification. It's true that the cardinal sin of the Electoral Commission for the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic is the denial of the people of Central Kofi, Apafu, Lolobi, and Leklebi the right of representation in this Parliament. Anytime I read it from Professor Kwesi Asare, aka Azan, I feel so sad for the people of South. This house should not be seen as condoning and conniving with that conduct. We can't be part of that cardinal sin. Can you reconcile for me in your report paragraph 9.5 and 9.6, where in 9.5 you've been told that a process has been put in place to create a constituency for SAL, and that the instrument is before the Ministry of Justice. Then in 9.6, you are told that they have no intention of creating new constituencies. And so, honorable members, because 9.6, I'm just reading from this, it's not from my own creation. In his response, this is creation of new constituencies. In his response to the creation of new constituencies likely to be created for the coming elections, the committee was informed that currently the Commission has no plans of creating new constituencies. Meanwhile, in 9.5, there's clear indication that they have submitted a constitutional instrument for the creation of a constituency to the Attorney General Department for the Guang district, which will be called Guang constituency. That is what is in the report. Yes, Majority Leader.
The Speaker, the 9.5 is specific to the Guang issue, and the information was given, and the funds expression in the report, the status of the creation of that constituency. The 9.6 relates to the holding of the upcoming presidential and general elections, that is for 2024. And the EC said that they have no intentions as of now of creating new constituencies. So it relates to the 2024 elections. That is what is captured. Maybe we should have indicated that in the response to the question of new constituencies likely to be created for the 2024 elections. That is for 9.6. So if you need further clarification, that is how it's supposed to read. Is the 2024 presidential and general elections, when they said that the committee, that the Commission has no plans as of yet of creating new constituencies.
Honorable members, we have all been together. You've worked with public servants, we are politicians. Intention and what people say, if we are marked over 100%, I don't know whether we'll get 50%. I doubt it. And so you can see that in 9.5, there is no clarity that that Guang constituency will be created and the elections will be held before 2024. There's no clarity there. So if your report hasn't captured what transpired at the meeting, please do so and let's get it clear. Because the Commission was not able to tell you when that constituency will be created. So by the time you realize it will be created for 2024 elections. And that is why I say you should reconcile the two. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as the Majority Leader indicated, my understanding reading the report, and indeed, Mr. Speaker, I had cause to review and even edit the report. And Give me that phone. And to state it as it is, when the Electoral Commission appeared before the Special Budget Committee, they had a paper which they presented to the committee. And that paper reported that some stakeholder engagement was undertaken for the creation of the Guang constituency, which was reported as part of their activities for 2021 and then their projection into 2022. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, our committee was very critical, asking them, just as you observed, that it was wrong for them to stop the people from participating in the presidential election and the parliamentary elections, but only partaking in the presidential election. The deputy chairperson who represented the chairperson, Mrs. Jimensa, who herself was not present, then explained further that it was through a press release that they didn't get, they asked the people to participate only in presidential elections. So we share your view. But at least in this matter, they said subsequent to the engagement of stakeholders, they have forwarded a CI to the Attorney General. In fact, our committee further even probed further, asking the deputy chairperson whether she thought constituency was conterminous with district. In fact, the chairman of Roots was there, and then the member for Saboba raised this. So Guang was to respond to the wrong probably they did in the past and efforts to correct it constitutionally. Because we also pointed out to them that what they did was wrong. You couldn't have stopped the participation of the people of SAR from the parliamentary process. So that they are seeking to correct that with this new CI that they have submitted to the Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, they didn't go into it, but my understanding under Article 47 of the Constitution, even if the boundaries are altered, that constituency can only take effect upon the dissolution of Parliament, not this Parliament. That is my understanding. I can quote Article 47 says for you, where the boundaries of a constituency established under this article are altered as a result of a review, the alteration shall come into effect upon the next dissolution of Parliament. That would be my understanding for Guang. But we note that there was a wrong, a constitutional wrong and a governance wrong. Now, a specific commissioner was asked whether the commission has any intention to create new additional constituencies. He answered no. That is what paragraph 9.6 have reported. Aside Guang.
Leaders, I have no problem with this explanation. But clearly, that would be a new constituency. That is, if it is created, it will be a new constituency. Because you are also dissatisfied with the explanation, that is why you have these paragraphs in your report. You stated that the committee is, however, dissatisfied that the commission is unable to provide the exact date for the conduct of elections in the constituency. This implies that the people of Guang district will continue to be denied their fundamental rights of representation as enshrined in the 1992 Constitution, and the critical resources for development, especially in the allocation of MP share of territorial funds, as long as the infringement of their rights persists. That's the same thing I'm talking about. And so, clearly, if they come to 9.6 to say they are not going to create any new constituency, the implication from the law you read is that they are not going to create the Guang constituency. You can't reconcile the two by saying, oh, they are going to create the Guang constituency, but oh, for 2024 elections, we are not going to create any new constituency. Meanwhile, even if you create the Guang constituency today, it will take effect when? 2024. 2025, yes, but the elections will be conducted 2024. So please, I want us to get the Electoral Commission to come clean. That's what I'm talking about. Yes,
Mr. Speaker,
You are right in the observation that the Commission did not give a specific indication as to the date for the conduct of elections. One, because the instrument will be carried to Parliament. And Parliament, it is that will decide when the instrument will mature. And when we have done so, then it will be left to the Constitution to dictate when the election will be held. I mean, it's not going to be a by-election. It's not going to be a by-election.
Majority leader, we are not talking about election. We are talking about creation of constituency. I know about the elections. It's not going to be a by-election. The language you have used. Yes, you cannot say it's not going to be a by-election, as if I don't know the difference between by-election and general election. Oh, I know the differences between a general election and a by-election. I know when an instrument is laid in the house, what happens. I know. But I'm saying, from your report, it is not clear when the constituency will be created. Because clearly, if we say you won't create any new constituency, it includes the creation of the Guang constituency. Honorable members, I want the Special Budget Committee to take this matter up, because your sentence, and I'm reading your sentence, the committee therefore urged the Electoral Commission to take steps to as soon, I'm sure it's as soon as practicable, the as is not there, to as soon as practicable ensure that the anomaly is rectified. That is from your report itself. So where is the certainty here? As soon as practicable. And so I want the Special Budget Committee to take it up and make sure that the instrument that we are told is before the AG's department is presented to the House within a specified period. This is an urgent matter. The people of South will have to be represented in this Parliament. I take a serious view of this. And make them to know the effect of the constitutional provision as to the creation of constituencies during the course of a term of a Parliament. It cannot be captured this way. I am directing that your committee should take this matter up. Honorable members, with this, I put the question. Because even if they have to do what we are saying, they need resources to do it. So as for the budget, they must have a budget to do that. And so we put the question. And that is on item 3.3 at page 12 of the order paper. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I put the question again. I put the question again. Those in favor of the adoption of item 3.3, say aye. Those against, say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and this House has accordingly approved the sum of 118,612,000 for the services of the Electoral Commission for the year ending 31st December 2022. Honorable members, just a small explanation. I said the ayes have it clearly because I heard that some of those who were saying no were shouting. They were not saying no. And the chorus continued even after the no. So that is not counted as part of the voice vote. Honorable members, I want at this time, with your kind indulgence, to allow a statement to be made to eulogize one of our late colleagues, the Honorable Afenyo-Markin, whose funeral will be celebrated tomorrow. I have the statement here presented by the Honorable Member for Guang West, in the person of Honorable Richard Jan Mensah. Honorable Member, you may make the statement now. I'm informed we are still expecting some more reports. When they come, we'll take them after the tribute. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for granting the opportunity to eulogize our dear sister and mother, Honorable Afenyo-Markin. Mr. Speaker, I'm once again most grateful for this opportunity to eulogize one of the greatest and most revered politicians of our time, an undoubtedly accomplished mentor, activist, cadre, and mother many young politicians like me are proud of. Mr. Speaker, this person I have risen to eulogize was your colleague in this very august House in the first, second, and third Parliament of the Fourth Republic. Her shrewdness, especially in terms of communication, earned her the nickname Ama Chavez. From a humble party activist, discovered by then leader of the Provisional National Defense Council, PNDC, Flight Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings, at the town hall meeting at Guang, Mozano, she rose through the ranks to become the Member of Parliament for Guang West Constituency. She contested and won to become the National Women's Organizer of National Democratic Congress, and later became the Regional Minister for the Central Region under the presidency of the late John Fifi Atamils, His Excellency. Her political journey continued with the appointment as a Council of State member under the John Mahama presidency and a member of the NDC National Council of Elders. Mr. Speaker, I speak of no less a person than the formidable Honorable Mrs. Comfort Ama Afenyo-Markin, whose passing into glory a few days ago hit the nation like a huge comet. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ama Benyado was born in 1948 in Gomwa Abra in the Gomwa West District and was christened as Comfort Ama Benyua Sa. She had a basic education at Akem Akroso and attended Agunas Road LA Middle School, where she had a middle school certificate, and proceeded to Accra Workers College, where she obtained her General Certificate Examination Education (GEC) ordinary level, and obtained her ordinary level certificate and GCE advanced level certificate. She worked at the University of Ghana, Legon, as a stenographer secretary. Through the sponsored support of the Provisional National Defense Council, she attended the M.I. Kalinin Political College, Cottbus, in then German Democratic Republic, where she obtained a diploma in social science. After her studies, Honorable Amado returned to Ghana and became an active member of the PNDC and the 31st December Women's Movement. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Mrs. Ama Benyado is an icon, a voice for the lonely, a beacon of hope for the hopeless, a loving and extremely selfless person. She was the literal translation of what the Apostle John said in John 13:15. And if I put it in my own words, Mr. Speaker, greater love had no woman than this, that a woman laid down her life for her friends, unquote. Mr. Speaker, just as the name of the person whom she was nicknamed after, the Mexican-American labor and human rights activist, Cesar Chavez, in a case, Ama Chavez was an embodiment of courage, commitment, and had a passion for service. She stood up to champion the cause of ordinary and gave confidence for others like herself to speak up. Through her selfless service, she showed the way to many young women to take up careers in politics, in the country and beyond, and redefine the place of women in politics in our society. Mr. Speaker, it is without an iota of doubt that her name now, just like Nana Asantua and Margaret Thatcher, had become synonymous to any lady who is vocal, courageous, and has the support of others towards a cause of action. It is without a doubt that her leadership, courage, selfless service, dedication, and optimism contributed immensely to the development of our democracy and the nation at large. Mr. Speaker, indulge me for a few minutes to recount briefly the Honorable Ama Benyado's days in this August House. Ama Chavez entered this August House as an MP in 1993, having won the parliamentary election of 1992 in the Gomwa West constituency. Though there were few other female MPs, Honorable Ama Benyado stood out because of her unparalleled zeal for service. She served on several committees of the House, including the Finance Committee, on which she served from 1993 to 2002. She also served as a member of the committee including the House Committee, the Appointment Committee, Committee on Selection, Foreign Affairs Committee, and Privilege Committee. Auntie Ama served as the ranking member of the Committee for Employment, Social Welfare, and State Enterprise, which was the first of its kind in the Fourth Republican Parliament. She was the Deputy Minority Chief Whip of the NDC in the Second Parliament. She was later appointed as the Deputy Minister for Employment, Social Welfare, and State Enterprise. Mr. Speaker, if ever there was any female MP who charted so well the cause of women in politics and demonstrated the strength and values of women in politics and public life, we can look no further than Ama Chavez. She was a symbol of empowerment, an epitome of courage, heroism, can-do spirit, optimism, and yet a sense of humor which was notoriously infectious. Her friendly fires and heated exchange with her brother Kokubako on Peace FM Kokoko show can never be forgotten. Indeed, Honorable Ama Benyado lived for the building of the nation. She came, she saw, and she lived her destiny in the service of her nation and to the glory of God Almighty. The sad incident of a person was reported by her special aide in the early hours of Sunday, September 19, 2021. She had been taken to the International Maritime Hospital in Tama for treatment for an ailment but gave up her ghost in the process. The nation Ghana has lost an invaluable servant. The National Democratic Congress has lost an indomitable soldier. The Guang West Constituency has lost a mother. The agenda for women empowerment has lost a formidable advocate. But in all this, our hands are held high up because we know that her may be physically dead and gone, her works, words, and spirits shall continue to abide with us. Even as a gentle soul rests in the bosom of our Maker, till we meet again in the life after. May the good Lord bless and keep the soul of our sister, mother, friend, mentor, comrade, and compatriot, Honorable Mrs. Afenyo-Markin, till we meet again in his eternal glory. Fare thee well, Antiama, Demifabye Ama Chavez. Rest in perfect peace, Honorable Mrs. Comfort Afenyo-Markin. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Yeah. Good. Excellent.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to commend the maker of this statement in honor of the late Honorable Afenyo-Markin. Mr. Speaker, I had a personal encounter with Honorable Afenyo-Markin when she brought a ward to a place where I was a teacher. And the ward became my ward as well. And for that reason, we interacted for a number of times. As a politician of her level, she modestly trained that girl who was her ward, and I also took care of her in the school. Mr. Speaker, observing Honorable Afenyo-Markin from a distance, I realized that she was very committed to the tradition she found herself in. Again, I realized that her support was very reliable, because whatever happens, Honorable Afenyo-Markin will always support the PMDC and the NDC tradition. Mr. Speaker, this is a woman who will always show appreciation to the tradition that took her from a level to a more higher and a more appreciable level. She is an icon for women politicians, in that, aside all her support, she was humble enough to learn from her level of joining politics to where she got to. And for her unflinching support, she remained strong and firm in the tradition. And for that reason, she rose through all the ranks, from a parliamentary candidate to an MP, to a women organizer, to minister. That shows that no matter the level we find ourselves as women, we can't always serve, we can't always be humble enough, and we can't always learn to get to a level that we're emulating as we are doing today. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that this is a role model. No matter where we find ourselves in the political device, we should emulate as women to learn to achieve higher levels, and also whenever we're given appointments, we manage them so that when we are no more, people could say that we were the mothers of the areas we serve. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to say that Antiama, you fought a good fight. Antiama, we appreciate you because you charted the cause of women politicians with dignity. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Dr. Guang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. the late Afenyo-Markin represents the commitment to Ghana that a politician should have. Her commitment to the nation state was total, undivided, and unalloyed. And I salute her as a cadre. Afenyo-Markin also represents who, despite not being born with an advantage in life, rose to the level of a cabinet minister. And for me, this epitomizes what the average Ghanaian can aspire to become in our God-given nation of Ghana. It is not only the privilege, those born with silver spoons, who should rise to positions of influence. But when a nation creates the space for people born in the backwaters of this country to rise from those levels and achieve the status of cabinet ministers, then as a nation we make progress. And this is what Afenyo-Markin represented. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be very brief, but Afenyo-Markin also represents a strand that is common in politics globally, but is dying out in Ghana. The people who come into politics from the trade union route, representing the working people, having their anchor in the trade union movement. That was what Afenyo-Markin represents. Whether it's in the United Kingdom, whether it's in the United States of America, whether it's in Germany, there's a strong strand of working people. People coming through the trade union route to national politics and to national prominence. Unfortunately, that seems to be dying out in our country. And we should always remember Afenyo-Markin for that, for rising from the shop floor to the status of a cabinet minister. Mr. Speaker, Afenyo-Markin should not just be an inspiration to women, but should be an inspiration. Her life should be an inspiration to all of us, especially those of us who came from underprivileged, who went to the LA schools, the local authority schools. And as Afenyo-Markin is laid to rest tomorrow, I pray her spirit reignites the passion for national politics, the passion for developmental politics, the passion for gender advancement in our body politic. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Thank you.
I'll tell you the last. Our leadership wants to contribute. Then let me take Honorable Kofi Adams.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to say a few words on the occasion of eulogizing former National Women's Organizer and former MP, former Deputy Minister and Minister. Afenyo-Markin, as has been said earlier, rose through the ranks. As a cadre, he became an MP and a Deputy Minister for Employment and Social Welfare. She also subsequently contested for the position of National Women Organizer, getting into the National Executive of the party. Around the same time, I also entered the National Executive of the party. And because we both came from Central Region onto the Executive Board, we worked so closely. We worked continually till the party won the elections of 2008. and was appointed the regional minister for Central Region. Mr. Speaker, indeed, in the history of our party and the periods we've had opportunity to serve as government in the Fourth Republic, Honorable Ama Benuado was the only regional minister for Central Region who was able to do 4 years continuously without interruption. Under late President Rawlings for 8 years, we had about 7 regional ministers. And under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, we had 4 regional ministers after her. She was the only person and the woman who managed to handle this region so well, so fairly, so squarely that she stayed through the 4 years. It gives an indication who she was. And it wasn't surprising that after serving these 4 years, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama appointed her onto the Council of State of this very great country of ours. Mr. Speaker, she served so well, even when she was not very strong in terms of her physics. She continued to make herself available to serve this country and to also serve the party that she belonged. We will miss her, but we know that she's done her due, paid her due for this country. And I'll just will say that may her soul rest in perfect peace. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Leaders now.
Speaker, let me thank you for accommodating our colleague, the Member of Parliament, Honorable Richard Jan Mensah, for paying tribute and eulogizing late Honorable Ama Benuado. Ghana has lost an exemplary woman public servant, a party activist, a cadre, and a trade unionist. Mr. Speaker, she was a God-fearing person and had faith in her God and dedicated her life for the work of the NDC, or better still PNDC, NDC. That was the cause he believed in. And as rightly noted by the maker of the statement, Kukroko of Peace FM, and the likes of Kweku Baku and others, including the host, will miss her. Mr. Speaker, I had the honor and privilege to work with Ama Benuado in government. And Mr. Speaker, I hope that somebody will do the translation for me, as my Fanti and Chi may not be good enough. Upon her appointment as Minister for Central Region by late President Mills, in the very formative years of that 4-year term, Professor Mills was on his way to the Central Region and invited me and Antiama to the presidency. Mr. Speaker, he said, Miracle Manti Afashe, my name the Emeka Central Region 4. I hope I get it right. I'm going to Central Region. I don't know what I'll tell the people of the Central Region. At the time as president, he had made the promise of building the Kotokroba market, expanding the medical school in the Central Region, and building the sports stadium in that particular area. And he was concerned as president at the time that he had not honored that particular pledge to the people of the Central Region, and asked Antiama to advise him on what to do as president as they prepared for the Afashe festival at the time. Mr. Speaker, I was elected National Youth Organizer alongside Antiama or Ama Benuado Chavez in 2002 in Bolga. I was elected National Youth Organizer and she was elected National Women Organizer. And Mr. Speaker, together with you and many others, it was with pride that the wings that I described as the wings of the falcon that propelled President Mills or Professor Mills to victory as president was the wing of the strong youth wing and strong women's wing, led then by Haruna Idrisu and Ama Benuado. Mr. Speaker, as we mourn her departure, she also served this country not just as Member of Parliament and Minister, but as also Counsel to the President as a respected member of the Council of State. Mr. Speaker, she had a sense of humor, but she was very determined. Today, the NDC has structures all over the country, thanks to the like of Ama Benuado, in insisting that the women wing of the party has structures across the country. Mr. Speaker, let me end with another incident of Ama Benuado and Professor Mills. We have traveled to Bimbila, and we have traveled to the Bimbila constituency, and we are returning around Nakpayile Makayile, coming to Yendi. On our return to Tamale, when we got to the 10, the popular, those who are familiar with Yendi, when we got to the 10, popularly referred to as Kulkun, anti-MS vehicles somersaulted into the bush. Then candidate Mills stood by the roads in Ao and shouted, "Ama, don't die, Ama, don't die, Ama, don't die." And a few persons then came and assisted her out of the ditch and brought her for her to be taken to Tamale attention. This is the weight of her sacrifice in contributing to the building of a strong, viable political party and a strong, viable democracy in our country. My sympathy and condolences go to the immediate family and to the NDC greater family and to women who were inspired by her exploits and contribution to our democracy. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and once again want to thank the maker of the statement for this.
Any further contribution? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to the statement on the floor. Yes, indeed, Mr. Speaker, the late Member of Parliament for the Gomwa West served his country, served his party, and all her exploits are well known to all of us. Mr. Speaker, for me, getting into politics in Efutu, especially in the days in opposition when the NDC had just won, I remember a critical role she played in ensuring that the party in Efutu and then the local governance system ran effectively. On the issue of the local governance system, Mr. Speaker, although we don't go to assembly elections with party colors, we know ourselves who is an MPP and who is an NDC. So when President Mills of blessed memory nominated the then MC Honorable Ephraim, she knew all too well that they didn't have the numbers at the assembly. Mr. Speaker, I was a presiding member. I was shocked when she drove alone to my house and told me that, Eulogizing, when your tenure of office as presiding member ends, we will support you to go for a second term. So allow us to have our MC. Mr. Speaker, the next day, we went for the election and it was just round one. We voted for the MC. The point I want to make here is that she understood the need to build consensus. She was a regional minister and she knew her strengths in Efutu and she didn't want unnecessary tension. Mr. Speaker, some colleagues have talked about her sense of humor. Yes, I encountered her, and anytime she visited the assembly, she would have a way of presenting a case such that you will never get angry.
Suffice to again add, Mr. Speaker, that even if we see how she humorously reacted to the discovery of oil in this country, where she said, oh, this is Ajungo and all that on Peace FM, it tells you how she understood politics, that after all we can add some humor to it, disagree to agree. Mr. Speaker, finally, I think, like my colleague, the Deputy Minister of Education said, she has made an impression so positive to the benefit of women in politics in this country. And I would our women politicians to be looking out for the Hansard, read about her contributions, what she stood for, her courage, and be inspired. The Speaker, after all, it is said that when we rise to eminence by merit, we live respected and die regretted. It comes without doubt that on a day like this, we regret a person because she rose to eminence by merit. She lived respected, she served the country, and everything she did will inspire all of us till time shall be no more. Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and I say, may her soul rest in perfect peace. And again, thank the honorable colleague who read the statement for honoring the woman in whose shoes today has brought him into this chamber. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, once again. Honorable members, just a few words to add to what you've already said about our colleague, former colleague, the late Ama Benyuadu. Having worked with him for so many years, I can say without a shadow of doubt that she was a woman of courage, of valor, and of integrity. The late Ama, as a young woman, was the few women in those days that of the heat of the 31st December revolution stood up to be counted to rekindle the struggle to liberate and empower women. And she did it without fear or favor. When I go close to her, I saw in her a very admirable and true politician who really was committed and loyal to serving his country, Ghana. Her humility was exemplary. And many people are not aware that she was a humanist. And in fact, she adopted a number of children, took care of them until they finished universities. Yes. And so these are the foundational stone of the democratic regime that we are enjoying now. They sacrificed their lives to build the foundation for this superstructure we are now putting on in the fourth Republican governance. I really admired her as a minority leader who had some opportunity, including the opportunity to be representing the minority on Chui speaking stations Peace FM and Adom FM. And she was always in touch with me. And really, I commended her highly and worked with her until her demise recently. And so I want to assure you I'll be at her funeral tomorrow. If you attempt to be here tomorrow, I will not be with you. We will have to at least appreciate the efforts of each other. And I believe that it's the time for us to share responsibility. When I'm not here, my deputies will take up the responsibility of speakership. So, honorable members, I want to urge as many of you as possible to be at the funeral. With this, I have another statement, but I want to plead with the minority leader and the person who submitted the statement, Honorable Mohammed Adams Suparu, that since we are not close to the actual funeral day, which is the 40th day after the funeral, after the death of the honorable member, we could delay this until that time so that we don't make it today. That is the late Honorable Haruna Bayirga, a former member of Parliament for Sesala West. I'm sure many of you can recognize her by her size. He used to be a man of weight, not as my good friend, the regional minister of Greater Accra. He didn't get to that level. So with this, we'll move on to the next item, and I want to call on the second deputy speaker to take the chair. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, traditionally you ended tributes and eulogy with minutes of silence in memory of the departed Ama Benuado. So if you can lead the House to observe a minute silence before you get the second deputy to take over from you. It's a request I'm making.
Well, I will not know about that tradition, but it's a request that you have made, because usually we have done this for a number of former members of Parliament. I actually don't recollect us standing up for a minute silence for former members of Parliament. But it's a request that I can't say no to. And so, honorable members, I want to plead with you to let us honor the late Ama Benuado with a minute silence. May the soul of the late Honorable Ama Benuado and the souls of all faithful departed rest in perfect peace. Amen. Yes, any guidance?
Yes, Speaker. Speaker, we should be taking item 19 on page 9. Page 9.
Item 19.
On page 9, Speaker.
At page 9 of the order paper.
Yes, indeed.
Second Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Yes. Honorable Majority Whip.
Speaker, I have already indicated that we are taking item 19 on page 9, the motion.
Changing.
$801,036,000 and not 35,000 as the report captures. So please effect the correction. Thank you. It applies to wherever.
Chairman, may you repeat it? May you repeat the figure?
Yes, the correction is in respect of the total amount allocated to the ministry. And total amount is 801,036,000 Ghana cedis and not 35,000 as the report captures it now. Sure. So please, the correction should be effected. Mr. Speaker, sanitation obviously is key to safeguarding public health, reducing healthcare expenditure, and to ensuring cleaner cities and sustainable environmental outcomes. Quality water is also critical to our health and productivity, that the ministry be adequately resourced to deliver on its mandate. The committee therefore recommends to the House to approve an amount of $801,036,000 for the implementation of the programs and activities of the Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources for the year ending 31st December 2022. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. Honorable Bejura.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion and also add few comments. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Sanitation, as we all know, was created a few years ago to take care of sanitation as well as water-related issues in the country. Mr. Speaker, over the years, the ministry has done some work, and we want to commend the minister for the project so far. But Mr. Speaker, going through the committee's report, page 13, paragraph 8.4. It is worrying, Mr. Speaker, that the budget overrun by the ministry, as we interrogate your committee, interrogates the ministry. Occasions have been made to that ministry, and if you permit me, I will just quote one item from the ministry's submission.
Across
Mr. Speaker,
this feels.
the expenditure for 2021, Mr. Speaker, and what we budgeted for the ministry, just one item.
Welcome back from the break.
10,000 Ghana cedis was budgeted, Mr. Speaker, for office materials and consumables. But as we speak, Mr. Speaker, actual expenditure came to 1.5 million Ghana cedis. And the question is, how can you budget 10,000 for office consumables and then you spend 1.5 million Ghana cedis on only office consumables. And this ran through most of the expenditures. Contract cleaning services, Mr. Speaker, 24,500 was budgeted.
Come back, we'll continue the conversation with
An amount of 145,000 cedis was spent. Foreign travels, 30,000 was budgeted, Mr. Speaker.
making sure that you
208,000 was spent on foreign travels. Mr. Speaker,
welcome back.
Local travels
You're still on business.
of fuel and lubricant for official use, 30,000, and 208,000 was spent. This ran through the whole of the ministry's
There
budget.
are so many others using plastic.
And we kept asking ourselves, if you want to do environment, yes, it's allowed, but there are proper procedures for environment. An amount cannot be allocated, and you will decide, taking for instance 10,000 and you spend 1.5 million Ghana cedis on only office consumables. This calls for worry. And as a committee, we want you, Mr. Speaker, to direct that the committee will go into this and submit report to the House within 3 months, Mr. Speaker. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, we have requested to know about the sanitation levy that we all have approved of in this House. Mr. Speaker, for your information, the sanitation levy indeed has been taken care of, and we were told that 186 million has been collected by Ministry of Finance. But Mr. Speaker, to our surprise, 160 million or 156 million, was released to Mudo and Lavender Hill. So the question members ask is, sanitation levy is not for only one item or one project. It's meant for entirety of the country. And we have decided to spend sanitation levy for only Mudo. So my village in Whole West will not benefit from the sanitation levy that our people are paying.
40,000 today.
How can all of us contribute to 150 and only few people are benefiting in Accra, Lavender Hill and Mudo? And we know, Mr. Speaker, that Lavender Hill and Mudo or that contract has been given to the assemblies. It is the municipalities or the metropolitan that's supposed to pay the amount. But we are using the national sanitation levy to pay for that project. Mr. Speaker, the sanitation ministry, as I mentioned, are doing their best.
We're still on business compass.
But the Ministry of Finance have decided to give them what they want. Mr. Speaker, there were other cost overruns, and as we requested, we were told that the Ministry of Finance decided to pay those costs from the ministry itself. Was those line items should be included in the Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources budget.
Services.
Mr. Speaker,
Next week.
were boreholes drilled over the period, and we requested for the details of those boreholes. Yes, indeed, we have what we call the borehole that is for mechanized boreholes. Mr. Speaker, and this is surprising you to know that it's only few regions that has benefited. It's not every region in Ghana that has benefited. We have 16 regions in Ghana, and we expect all the 16 regions to benefit from this borehole. We expect the minister that when we approve this budget next year, and as they have promised that we'll be doing more boreholes, all the 16 regions will benefit from this borehole. Finally, Mr. Speaker, in 2021 budget, there was a provision made for whole water project. This year, we did not find it in the budget, but rather the whole water project. We pray that the whole water project will come on stream, just as we have the Aqua Vita project and other projects that this House has approved of, that have not seen the light of day up to today. That we will see, the minister will make sure that the whole water project will come on stream in 2022, and the whole water project will also come on as we budget for those ones as well. With this view, Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Deputy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to draw the Chairman's attention to the correction that he effected. You changed the figure from 35 to 36. That is 801,036,000 Ghana cedis. No, that is the figure you changed. Actually, on the last page. But go to page 8 of the report. Page 8 of the report. Chairman, page 8 of the report, not the page 8 of the report. The table you have there, that's table 2. It's still showing the 35 because these are summation both horizontal and vertical. So one of the figures must change, might increase by 1,000. So can you do that for us? Because the table is still showing that, and if you change it, and somebody do the summation, it will not tally with 36, but it will still be 35. So one of the
correction affects all those areas, so it will change. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against the motion, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. This House has therefore approved the sum of 801,036,000 cedis for the services of the Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources for the year ending 31st December 2022. Yes.
Speaker, we can now go on to page 12 and take item 35. Item 35 on page 12. Speaker, for it to be taken by the Deputy Leader.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move this House to approve the sum of 576,412,000 for the services of the Judiciary and the Judicial Service for the year ending 31st December 2022. I so move.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker,
Who is seconding? Well.
Mr. Speaker,
Let's hear you.
To second the motion for the approval of 576,412 Ghana cedis for the Judiciary and the Judicial Service for the year 2020.
Honourable Member, may you mention the figure again? I want to hear the figure, the sum.
576,412,000 Ghana cedis for the year ending.
Go to page number 12, item number 35. The figure is there.
Mr. Speaker, it is 576,412,000 Ghana cedis.
That is different from what is appearing. Yes, please.
If you look at the order paper, page 12, item 35, we effected a correction on the advertised figure.
Mr. Speaker, may I seek your leave?
When the deputy leader was moving the motion, he effected a correction. So the new figure is 576,412,000. And that correction was effected by the deputy leader in the course of moving the motion.
Very well. So, Honourable Member, let's hear you.
So, Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion in approving the amount of 576,412,000 Ghana cedis for the year ending 31st December 2020 for the Judiciary and the Judicial Service 2022. Mr. Speaker, having said that, last year 2021, this House approved for the same institution 393,028,530.52 Ghana cedis. This year 2022, Mr. Speaker, the amount of 576,412 Ghana cedis is allocated for the Judiciary and the Judicial Service to undertake the following key interventions. 1. Try 99,207 cases out of the projected figure of 122,803. Commence the preparatory works towards the construction of a new Judicial Training Institute. Complete the WA High Courts. Connect 151 courts to the ADR. In addition, Mr. Speaker, having thoroughly scrutinized the budget estimate for the Judiciary and the Judicial Service for 2022 fiscal year, the committee is of the view that the policies and programs outlined for the year will go a long way to support the achievement of the policy goals of judicial arm of government. The committee accordingly recommends to the House to adopt its reports and approve that sum that I mentioned earlier on, 576,412 Ghana cedis for the year ending December 31st, 2022. Mr. Speaker, I still submit. Thank you.
Well. Yes, Honourable Cretus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion moved by the majority leader and the deputy majority leader and supported by the chairman of the acting chairman of the committee, that this honorable house approve the sum of 576,412,000 Ghana cedis for the services of the judiciary and the judicial service for the year ending 31st December 2022. Mr. Speaker, I just want to make some few comments with regards to this budget estimate. My first observation is that the amount that the judicial service and the judiciary, that is through the Chief Justice, proposed to the President or submitted to the President was 621,658,441 Ghana cedis.
Today on Pocket Lawyer.
The Presidency receives it under Article 179, 3 and 4, and in his wisdom decided to vary it downwards because of the fiscal constraints facing the country. Mr. Speaker, the figure 576,412,000 cedis was not the estimate given by the Office of the Chief Justice. It is the figure that the Ministry of Finance agreed with the President and brought to this House. This certainly is in contravention of Article 179 of the 1992 Constitution, particularly clauses 3 and 4. Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt and without being pedantic, let me refer this August House to the provisions of that. 1793 says that the Chief Justice shall, in consultation with the Judicial Council, cause to be submitted to the President at least 2 months before the end of each fiscal year, financial year, and thereafter as and when the need arises. A, the estimates of administrative expenses of the judiciary charged on the consolidated fund under article of the Constitution, and B, estimates of development expenditure of the judiciary. And 1794 is very instructive. It says, and I quote, the President shall, at the time specified in clause 1 of this article or thereafter, as and when submitted to him under clause 3 of this article, cause the estimate referred to in clause 3 of this article to be laid before Parliament. And then 5, the estimate shall be laid before Parliament under clause 4 by the President without revision. Emphasis here, without revision, but with any recommendation that the government may have on them. Without revision, but can make the recommendations. But when you have a figure provided by the Office of the President as against the figure proposed by the Chief Justice, that is tantamount to a revision. Yes. So he just needed to state reason that because of this economic reason, I find the figure quite high. So the House, this August House, should look at it. But this figure, in my estimation, is a revision with the greatest respect. Mr. Speaker, having said so, my other observation is that the President observed or even advised that the judiciary should defer or try to spread the purchase of vehicles meant for their offices and their staff for a such period that the budget can accommodate it. And we know the sensitive nature of the work of the judiciary. So if you are a high court judge or an appeal court judge, you are entitled to a car. And by this directive, you are not to benefit from the car this year until next year. And the said judge is standing on the roadside looking for a taxi or a truck to go to court. And then a gentleman arrives in his car and gives him lift. By the time that he gets to the court, it is detected that the case before the court that same day. That would be an embarrassment. And that certainly will not augur well for justice in this country. So I think that given the sensitive nature of the judges and the judiciary, it is incumbent upon all of us to make sure that the necessities of their work is provided for them so that they can deliver the justice that we so desire. Mr. Speaker, another observation I want to make is that currently is district assemblies, municipal, metropolitan, and district assemblies have been directed to provide courthouses for their various districts. And given the fact that the district assembly common fund is not enough to run even the basic projects in the district, and that the releases are uncertain and very late, I think that central government should take that responsibility of providing courthouses. It is important to have courthouses because if justice is delayed because of lack of courthouses, it can lead to a lot of people taking the law into their own hands and providing self-justice, which is not what we want in this country. And then finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to humbly plead that with the creation of 6 more regions in the country to make 16, some of the regions do not have high court premises and therefore judges. And the judges have to travel long distances to that area to be able to deliver justice. I think that as a matter of urgency, central government should try to ensure that every regional capital in this country has a high court so that they can dispense justice to the people. Having made these observations, I implore members of this August House to vote for the motion. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I want to draw the chairman of the Finance Committee's attention, as well as the Deputy Minister of Finance, that the motion, the amount allocated in the budget statement, page 247, is 555,104,000. Now we are going to approve 576,412,000, an additional 21,308,000. No. Okay, additional 2,300,000. So I'm drawing the chairman's attention that this additional money must be moved from either contingency or whatever in the appropriation. When we approve the other government obligations, we realize that the amount for contingency was 993 million. So that is what we have approved. If you are moving something from there for this topper, it must reflect in the report that what we have already approved for contingency, money will be moved from that vote. It is not only this one. Earlier in the day, we approved also for lands and natural resources an additional 309 million. That will also have to come out from contingency or any other source. That must also be indicated so that we know clearly what we are doing. If not, then the fiscal table, the ceiling will have to be exceeded. If the ceiling is not being exceeded, then the movement in the contingency must be shown. Thank you very much.
Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think we have the working understanding that all these will reflect in the appropriate places. Don't forget that the minister has given an assurance, for instance, that for the engineering studies of the Bekuso Keta Sea Defense, an amount of 10 million is going to be required. It's not going to affect the ceiling as contained in the appropriation. So that ceiling will be maintained. Even for Parliament, the allocation is 510. And yet, per the President's letter, it ought to really read 687 million. That then will mean that Parliament's own has been adjusted upwards by close to 180 million, 171 million. So that certainly would also have to be taken from somewhere, contingency or any other place that the minister would be required to indicate to us. The ceiling certainly is not going to be affected.
Honourable members, with this understanding, may I put the question? As many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against the motion say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. This House therefore has approved the sum of 576,412,000 Ghana cedis for the services of the judiciary and the judicial services for the year ending 31st December 2022.
Speaker, may we go on to other paper addendum 3. Addendum 3 and presentation of papers. And Speaker, I'll seek your leave for the Deputy Minister of Finance to take it.
Minister.
Credit Facility Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the Government of the Republic of Korea, acting through the Export-Import Bank of Korea Government Agency for the EDCF for an amount of $68 million United States to finance the implementation of the Northern Ghana Rural Electricity Infrastructure and Access Project.
The agreement is duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Finance for consideration and report.
Speaker, because we're still waiting for, a number of reports to be submitted for our standing motions to be moved. And I'd like to seek your leave for the House to suspend for an hour, but after which I'm sure
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I think we are all learning useful lessons from what we have done. All these problems that we are having, they are ensuing from this new arrangement of clustering committees, which some of us spoke against, and people wouldn't listen. Now, senior clerks are in charge of about 8 committees, and they want to be in charge of all the reports. That's why we are where we are. We advised, people wouldn't listen. People wouldn't listen. Mr. Speaker, it has nothing to do with us, but what has been imposed on the system.
Honorable members, please indulge me to suspend the House for 1 hour. The House is suspended for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are going to suspend the House for 1 hour. First of all, we want the majority to ensure that all the reports that are standing will be ready by the time we come back. Mr. Speaker, it is almost 7:30. Is there any provision for dinner for members? Because, yes, when you provide lunch and you are keeping members up to maybe 12 midnight, we need to provide food for members.
Are we rising today?
Yes, leadership, please let's ensure that we find something for members to sustain themselves for their
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, let's hear you.
if you indulge me, we have tourism, arts, and culture. Can we respectfully take that one before we take the suspension?
Honorable members, please, let's have an order in the House, please. Yes, leader, let's hear.
I was just giving an indication that we have one report on tourism, arts, and culture in now. So I understand communication is on its way, but let's finish with this. If communication also comes to the House, and we have to take the two, we can take the two before we suspend for replenishment. Mr. Speaker, we have some tourism minister. As I was saying, arrangements have been made for members to be replenished. So, respectfully, I'm pleading that we do tourism, arts, and culture. And if we finish on communications here, we can maybe within 10 minutes finish with that one, and then suspend for the time being, whilst we move we move downstairs to where that work is transacted for us to be able to finish. So in the meantime, Speaker, we can take tourism. And if members would indulge me, I will move the motion right away for the adoption of the report of the committee.
So, please, 12. What motion?
Mr. Speaker, it's in respect of item 22 on page 10. Item 22 on page 10.
Very well. Honourable members, let's turn to page 10, item number 22. Motion.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, leader, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister for Roads. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister for Roads is indicating that he wants to do item number 22. But, Mr. Speaker, to make an observation that the other day when the Honourable Sarah Adjosafo was in the chamber, when I met 3 of my colleagues on the other side were there, one of whom even suggested to hug her, and she refused. The Speaker, 3 days after, there was some raucous discussions on various platforms led by Akudito, and he says to us that, oh, today he has beheld.
Leader.
He has beheld.
Leader.
That is happy news. That is happy news.
Leader.
So, Mr. Speaker, the road minister to move the motion.
Yes. Honourable Minister for Roads, offer. May you take the motion for us. Motion number 22, offer.
No, paper. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Okay. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honourable House approves the sum of 115,694,000 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture for all its agencies for the year ending.
I will not know. I think in Samanfo come here, in Samanfo come Accra here. They can't shopping. They can't shopping. Since December, they no come 2010. They come. They from sea comes look come Accra. They don't buy anything. They worry us. They make
that value. Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I so move.
Not mommy.
Big city.
Yes. Who is seconding it? Yes, Honorable Eddie Johnson.
That's why if the police go feel sad, then.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion moved by the Honorable Minister, and in the process, I present your committee's report. I will ask the Hansa Department to capture the entire report as having been read, whilst I take one recommendation and then conclusion. Mr. Speaker, the committee was informed of the delay in obtaining technical clearance from the Public Services Commission for the recruitment of contract staff of the Ghana Tourism Authority onto the government payroll. The committee is urging the Public Services Commission to expedite action on giving technical clearance to the recruitment of contract staff to regularize their status. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the Joint Committee on Trade, Industry and Tourism, Youth, Sports and Culture, having critically examined the 2022 budget estimates of the Ministry of Culture, recommends to the House to approve the sum of 115,694,000 Ghana cedis being budgetary allocation to the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture to enable it carry out its program and activities for the 2022 fiscal year. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion. And in doing that, I look at page 3 of your report, where it indicates the performance for 2021, where as at September 2021, 30th September 2021, we had a release of about 69% of what was allocated. And to be specific, the operation was 98,761,174. And out of that, the ministry got 68,243,161.51. If we appreciate this sector as one of the drivers for the development of our economy, we've got to invest more. Ghana can boast of various tourist sites, and there are a lot of tourist products out of research that needs attention and marketing. And so, if we are to take the sector serious and appreciate the contribution of tourism to our GDP over the years, and as a result, many through tourism ended up becoming entrepreneurs in this country and adding to the growth of our private sector, this is a sector that needs a very critical attention. And so they have a lot of unfinished projects and various sites to develop. And there are some renovations, critical of course, that ought to be undertaken, including, for instance, the Kwame Nkrumah Mausoleum, that currently is supposed to be an iconic site, is deteriorating so fast and not really living up to the expectation of many who want to visit from all walks of life. Mr. Speaker, without some critical attention to them, have been able to chalk some successes. But then again, if I look at the allocations for 2022, of this amount, 150 million, a little ahead of what was allocated 2021, and I'm not too sure whether they will end up getting all of those releases, looking at the performance in the past. And we just oppose that against what they plan to undertake 2022. I fear that they might end up next year at this time not achieving so much they have planned to undertake. I think there's a need for the sector to be given the fullest attention that it deserves. And I appreciate their contribution to the GDP and job creation, and of course, getting a lot of opportunities to market the country to the external world, for which the people may want to maybe visit and end up becoming, entrepreneurs and adding to our private sector growth. So, Mr. Speaker, without saying much, I think there's a need, as I indicated, if there is an opportunity to review the budget mid-year, there should be a need to put in a word for them so that they can have some upward adjustments to what is allocated, more especially to their goods and services, because they have a lot to really undertake, and the capex, so that they can be able to complete most of the projects they've embarked on, and some of which I just mentioned in the submission. So, Mr. Speaker, on this note, I support the process for the motion for the
be one big party. Come to
for the approval of 115,694,001 Ghana cedis for appropriation for the year 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against the motion say no. Honorable members, this House therefore has approved the sum of 115,694,000 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Tourism, Art and Culture for the year ending 31st December 2022. Yes.
Speaker, page 10, item 24.
Honorable members, let's remain in page 10, item number 24. Motion.
Man, I can't.
Minister for Communication and Digitalization.
Annex 8. Wow. He just came and he took his Tampico. We laughed.
Mr. Speaker,
and hours later we heard about it.
That this House approves the sum of 506
really sad, but he's so rest in peace. But he forever lives. He left us with some good jams like this that we need to do tonight at Labadi. That's a song there. You haven't seen my video, and the only music video I featured in. Hey, which one is that? Go to YouTube, go for Mr. Ode, O-D-E.
Well.
Yeah, it's a song by Najman.
Chairman of the committee. Yes, Honorable Sylvester Tete.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Forgive my voice.
I hope you are the Vice Chairman, eh?
I'm the Vice Chairman.
You are the Vice Chairman?
Yes.
Okay.
Right, Honorable Speaker. The Ministry for Communication and Digitalization appeared before the committee with all the agencies. Mr. Speaker, we perused the activities of the Ministry 2021 budgetary allocation, and we also looked at the activities earmarked for 2022. Right, Honorable Honorable Speaker, it was evident that in the face of COVID, the ministry did a lot of work, more especially training girls in ICT and of course providing a backbone for ICT and e-governance in our country. However, it was obvious that the budgetary allocation for the ministry in 2021 was not fully met. We hope that in 2022, the ministry will be fully resourced to be able to undertake its activities. Right Honorable Speaker, I pray that the Hazard Department capture the full report as having been read by myself for the committee. Let me move to the conclusion and some remarks made by the committee. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee has critically examined the 2022 annual budget estimate of the Ministry of Communication and takes a view that the estimates are justified. We pray that at least the entire budgetary allocation should be given the ministry to enable the ministry and undertake its activities. The committee also took a view of annual reports that had been delayed, but we are grateful to the minister for having worked so hard to have laid before this House reports from 2015, 2016, and 2017. And there's a firm promise that the subsequent report will be laid as soon as the minister lays hands on it. Right Honorable Speaker, with these few words, let me also emphasize key institutions under the ministry like the cyber security and then digital. The cyber security needs to be resourced because the threat of cyber security is imminent and the ministry should be fully supported to undertake its activity fully. Right Honorable Speaker, with these few words, I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Member for Bunkurugu, Honorable Negozuma, you may take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion that this Honorable House approves the sum of 506,831,000 for the use of the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization. Mr. Speaker, allow me to make some few observations. Mr. Speaker, during our meeting, there were some observations that the committee made. For example, it came to light that the National Communications Authority, which is under the supervision of the ministry, had not submitted its annual report to Parliament. As a result, the committee recommended that we suspend sitting and be finished with the reports before we could consider the estimates of the ministry. Mr. Speaker, this is a violation of the Constitution under Article 1036, a violation of the standing orders of this House, particularly Order 102. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, a violation of the NCA own act that established it. So, Mr. Speaker, we demanded that the report be laid. During the suspension, Mr. Speaker, it will interest you to note that 3 of the outstanding 6 reports were brought before the committee. And Mr. Speaker, if you recall, yesterday 3 of those reports were laid before the House. Mr. Speaker, the issue in relation to Ghana Meteorological Service Agency also came to light. We discovered that the Meteorological Service Department in 2021 budget projected that they will be able to raise under their IGF 26,118,629. Mr. Speaker, as at October this year, they were only able to raise 755,335 Ghana cedis. if you look at the difference, it is very huge. And we discovered that the inability of the Meteorological Service to raise this money is as a result of some major stakeholders not honoring their statutory obligations, precisely the Ghana Company, Ghana Airport Company Limited and Ghana Civil Aviation Authority. Mr. Speaker, these payments is statutory and they are failing in their obligation to pay. And this has repercussions to the operations of the GMET. So we are asking, Mr. Speaker, that Parliament institute an investigations into why these companies are not honoring their obligations for GMET. We all know the importance of GMET because, Mr. Speaker, they are mandated by law to regulate the airspace to ensure that there is safety in the movement of our aircraft as well as the vessels in our high seas. And therefore, if they are constrained with logistics, they will not be able to perform their legitimate duties. So it is important that Parliament look into it. It also came to light that the ongoing SIM card registration, that 5,528,522 people have so far been captured. However, only 1,060,328 have been verified biometrically. Mr. Speaker, there is a constraint here. These numbers does not meet the total number of people who are using SIM cards. We have active SIM cards of about 33 million Ghanaians, yet only 1,060,000 have been verified biometrically. The reasons for this slow pace of the exercise is that the National Communications Authority, under the supervision of the ministry, has made the national ID card the only mandatory requirement for registration. Mr. Speaker, I think that if we have to go this way, it will take us more than 5 years to be able to capture everybody. The law under which this exercise is being taken does not limit the exercise or the requirement to only the national ID, Mr. Speaker. So we are of the committee are of the view that we should be allowed to use also national ID cards such as the voter ID card and the passports and also the driver's license, so that to facilitate the process. Mr. Speaker, the Cyber Security Agency also came into scrutiny, and I must say that there was no compensation made for the staff of the Cyber Security Authority. This year, Cyber Security Authority was launched with a promise that under the Obatampa program, they will be given 50 million Ghana cedis to take off. Yet, as we speak, there is no such allocation for the cyber security to operate. Mr. Speaker, we are again calling on Parliament to look into this issue. If we have to ensure that all of us are protected, then we should ensure that they are well resourced to carry out their mandates. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I would like to end by emphasizing that I support the allocation of 5,506,831 Ghana cedis for the ministry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members.
Thank you.
Leader, you want to take it? Yes. Honorable Minority Leader. Let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I would endeavor to be very brief, and may I with respect refer you to page 7 of the committee's page, not 7, just one comment, Mr. Speaker, on Ghana's transition from analog radio and television to digital radio and television. Mr. Speaker, is captured in the committee's report, and it's important that the minister shares with us what is the time limit for a switch off. Mr. Speaker, is captured in paragraph 11.3. The committee noted that the minister is faced with prolonged delay in switching off the analog system. The Speaker, since 2006, if you remember, your own constituency, the late Afrifa of Fomina, I was supposed to go with him to Antalya, Turkey, for a discussion on Ghana's roadmap. He met his untimely death when he returned from this conference. I'm just appealing to the Minister for Communication to give this country a date for switch off from analog radio and to digital radio and television. Because, Mr. Speaker, when we undertake that, only yesterday I read an article from the Telecom Chamber about the lack of spectrum in the country. Because, Mr. Speaker, through that migration, Ghana will benefit from a digital migration dividend, which may usher us into a fifth generation network or an improvement of our existing 4G network. The telecoms are even complaining that the current 2G, that some of them are using, are technology neutral. So, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion, but we want the Minister for Communication to come definite. When will you lead this country, as is required of you, to migrate Ghana from analog radio and television to digital radio and television? Mr. Speaker, when that happens, fairly, she's done well. There's now an improvement even in the quality of voice and in the quality of radio and television, but that is not enough. For instance, with the kind of things anticipated by the Minister for Finance, billing system, free to air. How are televisions going to bill in order to be able to pay appropriate taxes? Then, Mr. Speaker, finally on SIM registration, we need to have a conversation on it, because even though the honourable member for Bunkuru has raised it, he also needs to appreciate that there's multiple registration of numbers in the name of same individuals. Like, Mr. Speaker, your good self, you may have a SIM with Vodafone, a SIM with MTN, and a SIM with another. You are the same person. And therefore, in the country, the significance of introducing SIM registration, which was to deal with anonymous crime, which was growing. Somebody just takes your phone and they text you and say, you are this. Then he throws the SIM away. You can't trace it. Even criminals and the fraudulent person. So we need to complete a SIM registration process completely. My other advice is that the NCA must be made to function as a regulator. Even though it comes under ministerial supervision, there should be no interference in the mandate of the NCA as a regulator. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the telecom companies, only one seem to be doing well. Only one. Because we have not taken appropriate policy decisions in terms of what spectrum we made available to them. What is the status of Airtel? We need to know. What decision are you taking on Airtel? The investors have walked away because the Ghanaian telecom market is not attractive because of the kind of spectrum they are using. You have only MTN, which is dominating the Ghanaian market space as a significant market shareholder. So the minister must come and brief this house what she wants to do with that particular opportunity of Airtel. Mr. Speaker, with this, I support the approval of that sum of money for the Ministry of Communication, and she should mainstream IT in all aspects of our national life. The Judiciary, Parliament, all must benefit, even corruption. The best way to fight corruption, Mr. Speaker, is IT. When you do a particular activity and it's IT recorded, you can't go back and deny that it didn't take place. So we should situate IT well, and I support that you should be resourced adequately. When you send a text, can you record the text? No. So if somebody is engaged in wrongful doing with the abuse of state or public resources, the instrumentality of IT in what we do can help us unearth a lot of fraud and corruption in accounting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against the motion say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. This House has therefore approved the sum of 506,831,000 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Communication and Digitalization for the year ending 31st December 2022. Yes.
Speaker, we proceed to Order Paper Addendum 2. Presentation and first reading of bills. May I seek your leave?
Hold on. Presentation of papers?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Addendum.
Addendum 2. Yes.
Yes.
May I seek your leave for the Deputy Minister to present the paper? Thank you.
Yes. Deputy Minister for Finance and member for Etiwa East.
An act to provide for fees and charges levied by ministries, departments and agencies and related matters.
Honourable members, the bill is duly presented. It is referred to the Committee for Finance for consideration and report. Yes.
Addendum. Motion 2.
Honourable members, let's turn to addendum motion number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I'd like to move motions numbers 2 and 5 together since they are captured by the same report.
Come again.
I said motions number 2 and 5 are covered by the same committee report.
Is it 5 on the main order paper?
No, 5 on the addendum. The first addendum. They are both procedural motions, Mr. Speaker.
Very well.
All right, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the motions listed as items 2 and 5 on today's order paper be moved today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Who is seconding the motion? Yes, Honorable Ato.
Procedural.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, this is procedural motion. The question is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against the motion say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Yes.
Speaker, we proceed with item 3 and 6. Item 3 and 6.
May you speak up, please, Honourable Deputy Whip, you may speak up a bit.
We proceed with item 3 and 6.
On the main...
the same addendum.
Addendum, okay. Well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the motions listed as items 3 and 6 on today's order paper be moved now. And in the process, I'd like to present your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, these cover a credit facility agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana and Deutsche Bank for an amount of 439 million euros and insurance premium from Denmark Export Credit Agency to finance the construction of sections of the Western Rail Line on standard gauge from Edwarding to Obuasi, and a request for waiver of import duties, import VAT, get fund levy, national health insurance levy, exim levy, special import levy amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of some 2,150,735 euros. Mr. Speaker, your committee met with the officials from the Ministry of Finance and present this report, which I request the Hansa Department to capture in full whilst I take the highlights. Mr. Speaker, the terms of the facility are listed under paragraph 5 on pages 5 and 6 of the report. The observations of your committee are under paragraph 6. Mr. Speaker, I go to the conclusion where the committee, after carefully considering the agreement and the request, finds that the credit facility is necessary for the successful implementation of the Obuasi-Edwarding Rail project. In view of the foregoing and taking into consideration the critical importance of a functioning railway system to the economy, the committee recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve the said motions. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Ato.
Mr. Speaker, I also write to second the motion that this Honorable House approve the loan agreement before us. But Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let me stress that, Mr. Speaker, it is about time that this country pays attention to some of the loan agreements that we contract. Mr. Speaker, I'm particularly concerned with export credit loan agreement that this August House keeps approving. Mr. Speaker, it is not only expensive, but indeed, Mr. Speaker, I'm worried because this country doesn't seem to benefit overall. Mr. Speaker, just imagine the loan before us. This republic is going to pay 22% of the loan amount as insurance, political risk insurance. Mr. Speaker, out of the loan of 361.23 million euros, we are paying insurance alone 77.79 million euros. Mr. Speaker, I believe this amount is too high. Mr. Speaker, what saddens me is that indeed we are also going to borrow to pay for this this insurance. Obviously, giving us an implicit all-in cost, making the loan very expensive. Mr. Speaker, making it expensive in the sense that if you are to calculate all-in cost, adding the fact that you are paying so much insurance, indeed, Ghana would have been better off if we had gone for a commercial loan facility. Mr. Speaker, the second concern of mine stems from the fact that, Mr. Speaker, most of these export credit agents, the country is not allowed to purchase the goods for the purposes of the nation of choice. But rather, Mr. Speaker, we are, per the loan agreement, encouraged that at least 60% of the use for the purposes of the construction of this particular project must come from the home country. Mr. Speaker, clearly this will mean that the contractor is not at liberty where they want to take the goods from. Mr. Speaker, oftentimes what I've seen is that even though we are spending so much money for the purposes of putting up infrastructure,
we are only benefiting from the infrastructure, but as a country, we are not seeing the full economic benefit of some of these loans that we take. Because, Mr. Speaker, indeed, if you take some of these loan agreements, I suggest that we should see as a country, it's not only to see the infrastructure, but we should be able to give back to our businesses in terms of what we purchase in this economy, so that some of the businesses will also benefit from some of the loans that we take. And in the end, it can help boost employment and create jobs for our economy. The Speaker, finally, the Speaker, I am on record to have said that I do not believe that we should grant tax waivers for this company. The Speaker, the issue in question, I have had conversations with the chairman of the Finance Committee, and the Speaker, we've had communication to the effect that wherever this company probably may have fallen short in terms of its tax obligation, the matter will be resolved. The Speaker, that gives me comfort, but I want to assure the House that some of these matters, the Finance Committee will indeed follow through to ensure that every tax obligation due us as a country will be collected, and to ensure that we will be able to get the needed tax resources to develop our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member for Okanikwe Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I heard my colleague, ranking member, talk about some tax obligations. Mr. Speaker, we detected a very serious issue during the consideration of this loan, especially with regards to the tax obligations of this company. We detected that they were exempt from paying corporate income tax, which was not in consonance with the resolution passed by this House. So we want that assurance to be captured in the resolution or on this floor today, that the necessary steps will be taken every cedi that is due this country. But, Mr. Speaker, we are exempting them from the payment of close to 29 million euros. And since 2018, they've not been tax compliant, especially with regards to the payment of corporate income tax. And we cannot sit down in this country when we are asking the citizens to pay so much in terms of tax revenue. So we want that captured in the resolution. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favour of the motion, say aye. Those against the motion say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is hereby adopted. Honourable Minister, may we move to the resolution?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move resolutions 4 and 7 together, just like it was taken with
that is 4 and 7 together. Yes. Very well.
So, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the resolutions captured as items 4 and 7 on pages 4, 5, and 6 of today's order paper be adopted now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, Honourable Atu.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, the resolution has been moved. It has been seconded. As many as are in favour of the resolution say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The resolution is hereby adopted. It took the two to get together, yes. Yes. The resolution was in respect of 4 and 7. So both of them have been taken together, please. Yes.
Speaker, we go back to the main order paper, motion 51 on page 23.
Honourable members, please Let me respectfully invite you to page number 23, item number 51, motion. Yes, the chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion number 51 listed on page 23 of today's order paper be adopted now. Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I would like to present your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, your committee met on Monday, the 13th December 2021, to consider the commercial agreement between the government of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Railway Development, for the construction of a 51-kilometer railway from Eduadin to Obuasi. Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, with respect, the application. Mr. Speaker, the application was in respect of item 50.
50.
It is so, Mr. Speaker.
No. Honourable members, please indulge me. Let's move to page number 22, item number 50. Is that right? Very well. Motion. Okay. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 81, which requires that no motion shall be debated as captured on page 22 of today's order paper, be adopted.
Yes.
Honourable Speaker, I second the motion.
Yes. Have you seconded? Very well. Honourable member, this procedural motion, and therefore the question is as many as are in favor, say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Yes, Honourable, now substantive motion, please.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion number 51 listed on page 23 of today's order paper be adopted now. Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I would like to present your committee's report. Like I stated earlier on, Mr. Speaker, your committee met on the 13th, Monday, the 13th of December, to consider a commercial agreement for the construction of 51-kilometer standard gauge railway line from Eduadin to Obuasi. Mr. Speaker, after extensive deliberation with the ministry, the committee made some recommendations and observations. And Mr. Speaker, with the limited time on our side, I would like the answer department to capture the reports in its entirety as being read, whilst I move straight to the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, the committee, having carefully examined the commercial contract agreement and having satisfied itself that the construction of sections of the Western Railway line will have a positive impact on the economy of the country by facilitating the transportation of minerals and bulk commodities and reduce the damages to our roads and congestion on our roads, recommend to the House to adopt its report and approve the commercial contract between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Railway Development, and Afenyo-Markin Infrastructure Limited for an amount of €361 million, 231,965 euros for the construction of sections of the Western Railway line on standard gauge from Eduadin to Obuasi. I respectfully submit, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Member for Daku.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of this motion and to make these few comments of my own. Mr. Speaker, it is not unusual for this House to approve an agreement such as this. But Mr. Speaker, the difference here is that the government is taking on a risk by employing an EPC contract, the Red Book, which is modified, and taking the risk to do the design and then allow the contractor to construct. Mr. Speaker, briefly, what it means is that the contractor can take you on for the pace at which you release certified drawings to them. So if they go to site and they can't go according to their own schedule, they can blame you for it. Mr. Speaker, I think it's a risk government is taking. Mr. Speaker, the second thing I want to talk about is the value for money. Mr. Speaker, once again, I will say that the VFM regime of this country is so bad. Somebody even suggests we could be saving about 25% of the cost of projects if we do proper VFM. Today, all that happens is that Ministry of Finance arrogate to themselves the right to handpick which company does VFM. To the extent that sometimes they even use companies that are not even known to anybody. And Mr. Speaker, I think this is a very, very bad idea. That is why I'm calling for a way that just as we select auditing firms, there must be a standard by which VFM auditing firms are selected. I see sometimes even PricewaterhouseCoopers does VFM. This is not a mere accounting procedure. It's a construction project. So it is not only accountants that are needed here. But guess what? Because it's Ministry of Finance who is selecting it, they tell you that Pricewaterhouse has done a VFM on a massive construction project. It means they've got civil engineers and everybody there, Mr. Speaker. I don't believe what we are doing in this House is right. Let's get the ministry to do the right thing by licensing VFM companies. Mr. Speaker, let me give you an example. The Tema Railway project, about 100 kilometers. The cost of that project is about $450 million. The one we are coming to do right now, 51 kilometers, is almost the same amount of money. About 400 million Ghana cedis, dollars. So the question is, how come not too long ago, this same House approved 100 kilometers of railway for $450 million, and then we are approving 51 kilometers for $400 million. Why are we doing that to ourselves? 100 kilometers for $450 million, even with a bridge over the River Volta. A standard bridge over River Volta. And then this 151 kilometers for $400 million. It simply shows that there's something wrong with the way we cost projects in this country. Mr. Speaker,
Honourable Member, we are also going to have bridges, River Afenyo and other rivers along the corridor.
Speaker, what we saw, what was presented to us, didn't show we are building any bridges over anything. We only work with what have been presented to us.
If the construction is from Eswiagin to Obuasi, obviously you cross some rivers.
Mr. Speaker,
at least I hear from that area, I know what I'm talking about.
Mr. Speaker, that is the whole point of what I'm saying, that there has to be a standard by which we cost project. Deputy, do you want to say something? Is it not true that 100 kilometers to Pakadan is $450 million and your 51 kilometers is also $400 million? Am I lying? Am I lying? And I'm saying that, Mr. Speaker, what we are doing to ourselves is not right. This is the same company that you are saying that didn't even fulfill their tax obligation. Yet we are approving this. Mr. Speaker, are we actually saving the public purse? Mr. Speaker, well, we are told we'll do VFM, but I keep reminding this House, the VFM report we are getting is not even value for money, because the process of selecting the VFM companies is even fraud without transparency. How can you take a company to audit something for you, but the process of selecting that company is itself shrouded in secrecy?
Who are we kidding here, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, we will approve it. But let everybody know that the fact that you say they should go and do VFM doesn't mean that the result you get from the VFM is value for money. It is something else. Mr. Speaker, with these few words,
Yeah, Honorable Deputy Minister, certain issues have been raised. Can you, Honorable Leader, I have called him earlier on. I saw him on the street.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think this issue came up during our deliberations, and we did explain to the committee that the scope of works are different. Yes. So I'm surprised the Honorable Ranking is making this submission. The scope of work are different. That of the Tema in Pakadam compared to the current one that we're talking about is different. And Mr. Speaker, we also realize that embedded in this are rolling stock, coaches, and other things, which actually add some cost to the actual construction. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to explain that the two issues at stake are different because of the scope of work. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. So, honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favor of the motion listed as item number 50, say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Like the Honorable Speaker said, some people just shouted. So the ayes have it. The motion is hereby adopted. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we proceed to take item number 26. Motion.
Leader. Oh, no, resolution. Honorable Deputy.
Okay, Speaker, we...
252.
52.
Honorable members, let's turn to the next page, which is 23. Item number 52, resolution. The Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the resolution captured on today's order paper as item number 52 at pages 23 and 24 be adopted now. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Yes, honorable member for the
Honorable Speaker, I second the motion with a heavy heart.
Very well. Honorable members, the resolution listed at item number 52 has been moved and seconded. The question is as many as are in favor of the resolution say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The resolution is hereby adopted.
Speaker, we proceed to take item number 31. It's on page 12.
Yeah, that's it.
Honorable members, let me invite you to page number 12, item number 31, motion. Honorable Minister for Parliamentary Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honorable House approve the sum of 8
111,000 for the services of the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs for the year ending 31st December 2022. Mr. Speaker, it's 2022 and not 2021. 2022. I beg to move.
Honorable Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, your money is too small.
Mr. Speaker, okay, no problem. I hope and pray that we're able to double it for us, or perhaps even quadruple it for us.
Yes. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I rise the motion ably moved by the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs. Mr. Speaker, and in so doing, I present your committee's report, and I pray that the entire report be captured by the Hansard Department whilst I read the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, the committee, having thoroughly examined the budget estimates of the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs for the 2022 financial year, is of the view that the policies and programs outlined for the year would go a long way to support the achievement of the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs policy goals. The committee accordingly recommends to the House to adopt its report and approve the sum of 8,111,000 cedis for the services of the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs for the year ending 31st December 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me come to you, Honorable Member for South, Akachi South, yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the motion and the reference that this Honorable House approves a sum of 8,111,000 for the services of the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs for the year ending 31st December 2022. The Speaker, the motion says 2021, but I guess it should be 2022. So may the record be corrected accordingly. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to see that in the year under review, the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs pre-releases to the ministry has actually been the actual expenditure. And Mr. Speaker, if this is really the situation, then may the record accordingly shows. Because looking at the table, they do not have actual expenditure different from the actual release. So you realize that the amount released for the compensation is the same as the actual expenditure. The goods and services releases is the actual expenditure for goods and services. The same applies to the CAPEX. Mr. Speaker, I also realize that the ministry, by the statement, that is, if you look at the mission of the ministry, the core functions of the ministry, the policy strategic objective of the ministry, Mr. Speaker, one can attest to the fact that this ministry has a lot to do based on their core functions. But as to whether they have been doing this is another matter altogether. Mr. Speaker, another thing that the House must consider is that this House has a majority leader and the leader of government business. But at the same time, he is the agent of the President as the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs. Mr. Speaker, we need to clearly look into this and see whether this is the way to go. Mr. Speaker, with this US, I agree that they approved the amount of 8,111,000 for the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I support the approval of 8,111,000 for the services of the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs. And Mr. Speaker, in doing so, to refer you to page 5, page 6, paragraph 10.4, constitutional review, and to encourage the minister, as he may recall, Mr. Speaker, when we met in Kumasi at the Speaker's Breakfast Forum, I shared with him that we need to get the President to put in place a committee of experts to further oversee the implementation of the recommendations of the Constitutional Review Committee. And we should work at it, and he should facilitate it. We've all been talking about constitutional review in the last decade. The Constitution has served its purpose. It has stabilized our democracy. We have created some functional institutions that are living to expectation, some not living up to expectation, including Parliament. So the constitutional review process, the late President Mills issued a white paper on some of them. There are outstanding issues and there is new thinking on some of it, including the election of MMDC. So I'm recommending that we get a committee. It can have representation from political parties, the Labour Trade Union Congress, seasoned MPs like you and the Speaker or his nominee, one or two representatives from the Consultative Assembly that drafted the 1992 Constitution, together with others, so that we now focus a development-oriented constitution. So I agree that the money allocated to you is not good enough, because, Mr. Speaker, they may have to go around the country to see what the thinking of the country is. Now, Mr. Speaker, still on the same page, paragraph 10.2, are we referring to affirmative action bill or affirmative action law? Chairman of the committee to note, because when you read the body, the content, it talks about, and I can get to the line, the committee accordingly recommends to the ministry to facilitate the passage of the affirmative action bill, even though there is no problem if you call it law on top of it. But I would have said that we are referring to it. Mr. Speaker, whilst I'm encouraging the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, we are not out of the woods yet. Conflict between MMDCs, DCs, and members of Parliament is still rampant, and even more troubling for sitting government members of Parliament against their DCs. Some of them are rising out of them eyeing the MP's seat and not wishing him well, and undermining the MPs even in terms of access to resources. We need to deepen dialogue on it so that they understand the role they play as representative of the president at the district level and the role of the member of Parliament in that respect. Resources to be able to do that. Then finally, Mr. Speaker, in page 5, I see the effect of high attrition rate on the conduct of government business. Our democracy have been monetized, and that is the greatest threat. The other time I see Minister for National Security here, you were worried about two things: vigilantism and monetization. We have attempted to find answers to vigilantism, even though we are not there yet. What are we doing with this highest bidder of member of Parliament and the money to pay? You find your way to become member of Parliament and come to be corrupted because you want to pay back what money you have invested into the process. So, Mr. Speaker, the ministry will need more resources because, arguably, as he has said, the attrition rate is affecting even the performance of this house. Many of the good experienced hands are not with us. Some sabotage out by CEOs somewhere, we know that, who had more money than them because they were poor members of Parliament. It's a matter that he must look into. Mr. Speaker, I won't go into your own matter of Formina, even how to get a DCE to support you, Mr. Speaker. You know what you went through. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I support this budget, but I urge the Minister for National Security that we need to engage this constitutional review exercise. One of the major issues you have shared with me is the winner take away all. You only can respond to that through a constitutional review exercise. We have to do that. And that is what threatens and endangers conflict within the political environment and create tension. So, Mr. Speaker, Apart from the fact that I don't know what this young man will do with more money, I support the motion. If he gets more money, I will know what he will do with it, but I support the motion.
Honourable members. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, just to respond to a few issues raised by some colleagues. One, the conflict between members of parliament and the MMDCs. I think it's a veritable issue that we should confront. And the ministry, a couple of years ago, devised a scheme where we brought all the members of parliament and the MMDCs to a common team to iron out differences. Speaker, we divided the country up into 3 zones. The southern zone met at Koforidua, the middle belt in Kumasi, and the northern belt met in Tamale. Speaker, when we finished the exercise, I clearly recall that both members of parliament and the MMDCs were clamoring for a phase 2 of that enterprise, and we intend to carry out the phase 2. Speaker, the constitutional review exercise, I share the opinion expressed by the minority leader that indeed what products that ensued from the efforts begun by Professor Mills, the former president, should be continued. And that document should be a source document for the constitutional review. There are so many things that have arisen since then, and we need really to begin in earnest in a very apolitical manner to get everybody on board. But that document is the last one, the last effort that we made, and that should be a very major source document for the enterprise that we're all looking forward to. As regards for the high attrition rate, I think we've been talking about this. It's twin the monetization. As I think when we engage the political parties, engaged civil society organizations, and even members of parliament, the major thing that we should address is the constitutions of the various political parties. Until we turn attention to amending the constitutions of the political parties, it's going to be a difficult enterprise for us. But there are other considerations though. Funding of political parties, how to do it, in respect in particular of presidential elections, is a major consideration that we should unravel. So with that, I'm happy that members agree that the ministry is relevant to our governance architecture and that we should do everything possible to better resource the ministry in order to reposition the ministry in our architecture of governance. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Very well. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as in favor of the motion listed number 31. Those in favor say aye, and those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. This House has therefore approved the sum of 8,111,000 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs for the year ending 31st December 2022.
Yes. We are taking item number 26, motion on page 11. Item 26 on page 11.
Honourable members, let me invite you to page number 11, item number 26. Motion, Minister for Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I move the motion, I would want to seek the leave of the House on your leave to make some correction to the figure. Mr. Speaker, the correct figure will be 2,243,825,000 cedis. 2,243,825,000.
Is it 825 or 855?
825.
825.
825. We are just substituting the 4 at the end for 5. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker, I rise to move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 2,243,825,000 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Defense for the year ending 31st December 2022. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Well. Yes. Honorable Member from Fantiman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker, I rise to second the motion moved by the Minister that the House approve of the sum of 2,243,825,000 for the Defense Ministry for the year ending 31st December 2022. Mr. Speaker, I would like the Hazard Department to capture the report as having read in full or in whole whilst I reiterate the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, the committee, having carefully examined the estimates of the ministry and its agencies, it is of the candid opinion that the levels of allocation is inadequate for the implementation of the various programs and activities of the ministry. This notwithstanding, the committee, Mr. Speaker, recommends the approval of the House the sum of 2,243,825,000 Ghana cedis allocated to the Ministry of Defense for the financial year ending 31st December 2022. Mr. Speaker, I so submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Member for Kroti.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to contribute to the motion that this Honorable House approves the sum of 2,243,825,000 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Defense for the year ending 31st December 2022. Mr. Speaker, I would like to start off by commenting on the woefully inadequate money resourced to the 3 institutions, the Military Academy, the Ghana Armed Forces Command and Staff College, and Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping and Training Center. Mr. Speaker, per the budget, there has been an increment in the number of personnel taken into the armed forces, with a projection of much more to be recruited. And yet, the very institutions that are supposed to build capacity according to the budget are not being expanded, nor do we have enough staff in these particular institutions. Mr. Speaker, in looking at the budget given to Kofi Annan, for example, which is a figure in the range of 2 million, one only wonders why only 23,000 of that, thereabouts, is being apportioned to goods and services, the rest of which is going towards the payment of salaries. Mr. Speaker, without allowing the amount of funding that Kofi Annan needs, that GAFC needs, the standards of our officers will only drop, because if you have increased intake with reduced staff and infrastructure proportionally, you cannot come out with the same standard that you were previously. Mr. Speaker, yet again, the Afari Hospital is hanging because we do not see enough being sent in the direction of the completion of this. 37 Military Hospital, yet again, we see the phase 1 of the phase 3 of this construction of the hospital, which is supposed to be our national disaster hospital. Mr. Speaker, if this can be completed, the amount of IGF that the 37 Military Hospital could generate could offset some of the long-standing of the 48 and 49 engineer regiments. And the recommendation yet again was made that greater investment be done towards helping them acquire the relevant equipment so that they can also generate IGF from the construction of the roads, especially in the barracks. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, and I urge this House to pass, to vote in favor of the motion that this House approve the sum of $2,243,820, beg your pardon, the new figure. That this House approve the new figure of $2,2,043,825 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Defense for the year ending 31st December 2022.
Well. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the motion that sum of money be approved for the operations of the Ministry of Defense. And Mr. Speaker, in supporting the motion, to make one or two observations. My first, Mr. Speaker, will be to draw you to page 11, paragraph 7.2. The language there. The committee observed that threats of terrorism remains potentially imminent. I'm sure they want to say contrary or what? Eminent country. There's something wrong there, so the chairman of the committee should take note. Military hospital. Their infrastructure have run down, they have difficulties procuring supplies, and you need to deal with it to assure us that not just catering for the health needs of our men and women in uniform, but they serve the public too. Mr. Speaker, finally, may I refer you to page 13, and then to demand that the minister may probably have to come and brief this house. It reads, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, delay on Afari project. The committee noted that the Afari military hospital project in the Ashanti region had delayed significantly as a result of financial contractual disagreement. We don't understand this financial contractual disagreement. What we know is that under President Mahama, a certain loan facility, even if initiated by you, was approved to build the Afari hospital in discussion with the chiefs in that area, including Nana Otumfuo. So if work is not going on and have stalled, we need to know why. When you say financial contractual disagreement, why? If you have a contract, you have a contract. What was the contract supposed to produce? If maybe the amount of money which was approved is inadequate, let the minister and the committee tell this house that the amount of money which was approved for the Afari project is inadequate, and you need this additional sum of money to complete it. But when you tell us that there is a contractual disagreement between the contractor and the Ministry of Finance, you haven't even added the Ministry of Defense. So the statement is more appropriate if you say there is a disagreement between the contractor, the Ministry and Defense, because you are the employer of the contractor of a sort. So when you say, Mr. Speaker, it's such an important facility for the Ashanti region, we cannot continue the dependence on Konfuanachi alone. I know some effort has been done to expand parts of the Konfuanachi teaching hospital, but we need a closure on the Afari military hospital project. So, Minister, if there are difficulties, apprise this house. Then we'll see how we support you to succeed it. You see, the longer the delay, the more expensive the project becomes. You are sitting with your colleague counterpart, the Minister for Interior. Take the police hospital. I've seen that work have commenced again, which is encouraging. For 15 years, How can we explain that? You start a hospital project for 15 years uncompleted. He's now looking for additional resources. So we don't want the same thing to befell the Afari project. Mr. Speaker, finally, the Ministry of Defense cannot fight modern terrorism without an IT infrastructure. And in this budget, zero resources for IT. The next warfare is not going to be about guns or ammunition. No, we are getting it wrong. It's going to be related to this, IT, phone. The next threat you may get, or even an execution of it, God forbid, it will take something like this. The military and the police, even communication between the two of you. I'm talking of the Ghana police and the military. No infrastructure. National security, no infrastructure. As coordinating ministry by the act that we passed, we expect that both the Ministry of Defense and Interior will upgrade their IT infrastructure in preparedness to forestall and contain. But year on, when you come for your budget, you are interested in compensation and goods and services of accommodation. That is not enough. I mean, you can learn, in particular, the Minister for National Security, in whose judgment I trust. I hope that you will make sure that you get this country ready. Now, in your report, I'm worried about the threat of terrorism only in northern Ghana. This shouldn't even appear in your report. What if it emanates from western Ghana or from central Ghana? What happens? So just say threat of terrorism and keep your eyes on. I sympathize with you because the Ghana Armed Forces is not adequately resourced. The Ghana Air Force is not adequately resourced. The Navy is not adequately resourced. Even today, all the problems we're having with unregulated and illegal fishing, use it to police it. Yet the European Union identifies Ghana as a problem every other day. So I support that we would need additional resources to support the Navy, to support the Air Force, but not to support a presidential comfort. With this, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion.
Minister, are you going to respond?
Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, just some two things. In fact, I was in this house to answer a question on the Afari hospital project. And I did tell this house that the contractor said that after the delay for 8 years, between 2008 until the contract effectively started in 2016, the resources that he was given, 180 million, is not able to complete the hospital. And so that is what has brought up the matter. He's made his claims. The Minister for Finance is doing value for money or assessment on it. I said it to this house. That's what they referred to. And for 37, I think she brought in 37 because there's a budgetary provision of 100 million for 37 to start the rehabilitation of 37 and build a new one. That's why I just wanted to mention it to the minority leader on this particular case. And I can assure him that the barracks asphalting is entire 250 kilometers of roads across the entire barracks. And we are almost 90% complete across all the garrisons that we have. So as we go around all the 7 garrisons, all the roads have been asphalted across the entire garrison. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion listed as item number 26 in today's order paper, say aye. Aye. Those against the motion say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Therefore, as approved, the sum of 2,243,825,000 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Defense for the year ending 31st December 2022. Yes, leader.
Speaker, shall we now go on to page 7 and under presentation and first reading of bills, take item 8C, C for camel. Speaker, I'll seek your leave for the Deputy Minister to do the laying.
Honourable members, let me invite you to page number 7, item number 8C. Very well. So, Minister for Finance.
An act to provide for the withdrawal of sums of money necessary to meet government expenditure for the 2022 financial year from the Consolidated Fund and other public funds and for related matters.
Honourable members, the bill is duly presented. It is referred to the Committee of Finance for consideration and report.
Speaker, now page 9, item 20. Thank you.
Honourable members, let me respectfully invite you to page number 9, item number 20, motion, Minister for National Security.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Honourable House approves 816,787,000 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of National Security for the year ending 31st December 2022. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you very much. Yes, the chairman of the committee. Yes, honourable member for Fanseman.
Mr. Speaker, once again, thank you for the opportunity. I rise to second the motion moved by the Minister for National Security for the House to approve the sum of 816,786,000 Ghana cedis. 87,000 Ghana cedis for the national security for the year ending 31st December 2022. Mr. Speaker, I pray the Hazard Department capture the report as having been read in its entirety, whilst I emphasize on the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, the committee, after a careful consideration of the 2022 budget estimates, recommends that the sum of 816,787,000 Ghana cedis be approved for the Ministry of National Security for its activities for the 2022 financial year. Respectfully, Mr. Speaker, I do submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, honourable member for Bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak in support of the motion moved by the Minister and so seconded by the Vice Chair of our committee, my colleague from Mfansman. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, your committee worked assiduously to look at the various documentations before us in relation to the estimates. We considered the performance of 2021 that projected us into 2022 estimates before us. And in doing so, we were minded that security is very key, security is very important to everything. For even this House to continue to work up to this point, it has been secured. We are very much aware, Mr. Speaker, that security is shifting from just the physicals to intelligence gathering, and that it is out of the intelligence gathered that will aid the other agencies and other units which must do the physical work to be able to do so, especially at a time we have very minimal resources. We observe, Mr. Speaker, that the 2021 performance, especially to do with CAPEX, was truly very, very low, and that the ministry got just a paltry 20% of their capex needs released to them as at October 2021, and which is not so good for the performance of such a critical institution such as the national security. However, Mr. Speaker, crying and weeping and requesting for more, we expect the National Security Minister and by extension the ministry to open up a little bit to institutions such as Parliament. Your committee considered a number of things, including one matter that the minister was in the chamber today to answer. The hope that we were given at the committee was that the minister was going to provide a lot of information before us today. So we could not pry further for information, having been assured that the cost of presidential travels, which was a matter of concern to this House, through which a member has asked a question, and the finance minister was here and shifted the responsibility to the National Security Minister, and being assured that that information will be provided through the plenary, we thought we didn't have to push further. But today, we were told as a result of national security concern that information cannot be provided. But, Mr. Speaker, the Security and Intelligence Agency Act 2020, that's Act 1030, Section 24G, specifically mandates the minister to communicate on such important matters that affect the nation, on security and intelligence matters, to Parliament, to the general public, and even to external bodies that so deem it. The oath, Mr. Speaker, that the minister took, which enables him to keep secret information, has also been taken by members of Parliament. And we can equally receive such briefings and be able to keep it to ourselves, if even it demands clearing the House as we do with closed sitting, so we alone can get that information and use it for the purposes that the House so desire to use it for. And I think that moving on, the minister and the ministry must be a bit open and transparent as far as issues such as this is concerned. Mr. Speaker, one other thing that came to fore during their briefing is that they have some core functions. Core functions, Mr. Speaker, is provision of timely internal and external intelligence for policy direction. Policy direction. We have been talking about and debating about a policy direction right from the introduction of the budget, which we are considering is estimates, on a levy called E-levy. This levy have registered a lot of protestation from persons outside and within, which is a clear indication that people are not happy about this. This ministry, if well equipped and if they do their intelligence gathering well, will be able to advise government that this levy is a levy that is so unpopular and must therefore not be pushed because it will result in what? Insecurity. Mr. Speaker, we have looked at the needs of the ministry, and we have also seen the ceilings that have been given by the finance ministry. And we think that it is truly inadequate that the minister and his agencies, the National Intelligence Bureau, the National Signal Bureau, and the Research Department cannot function effectively with the allocations that has been given this ministry. Even though it is so late to attempt to review and increase their allocation at this stage, it is our appeal to the finance ministry that when they help them
to be able to mobilize more revenue as they do, which is part of their responsibility. They should allocate a lot more to them. They should meet their budget as they themselves has planned it, so they can continue to provide timely intelligence, cure this country. As for the threats from the northern parts of this country, is already been mentioned in the previous consideration of the other Interior and Intelligence Committee related reports. And I will not want, Mr. Speaker, to repeat them. But truly, this country is equally threatened because those of our neighbors have had one form or the other of an attack. It is only our country that has been blessed, have received any of such occurrences. We do hope, as promised by the ministry, that they are not only looking at security from the physical point, as I said, they are equally also trying to invest in the human area by developing roads, providing water, improving schools in some border towns. This support will have to continue, Mr. Speaker, but it cannot continue if we continue to keep away vital information from this august house, and that next time we will wish that the minister provides us every appropriate cost that is associated with our president travel. Unless, Mr. Speaker, the cost is so outrageous, the cost is so unacceptable that when it is delivered, it will result in serious quake out there. That is why we'll compel the minister to keep away such important information from this house. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I would want to support the motion ably moved that the ministry deserves more than what it has been given. So we accept that. We all vote to support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Leader, before I come to you, let me invite Honorable Katie Amon to say something before I come to you. Adanse, I am inviting
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
jealousy go do what? Jealousy go sleep or something. You see, I'm not jealousy for me then.
Why? Honorable James, why?
Jealousy go quench.
James, why?
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Katie Abon is not a member of the committee for the
Is it restricted to only members? No. Honorable Katie, I have invited you.
The Honorable Speaker, maybe we get the designation right, so that there's no longer any confusion in the minds of the likes of you. We'll give you his proper title. The Honorable Second Deputy Speaker from Adanse, from where I am, the Nkoswahine, has invited me to speak and you are complaining. What is your status? You are number what in this house? Number what? I am about number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm number 6 in this house. What is your number in this house? So if he says I should talk, what is your problem? Mr. Speaker, he is worried because he thought I was going to respond to all this business about how much did they call the president to travel, what is the national security, what is that. He has been around for some time. Look, I got to know that he was a biology teacher at Adisado College. I didn't know that, but later on I got to know that he speaks a mixture of Fanti and some other dialect. Sometimes it confuses me, but Adisado College lecturer. It wasn't at the time when we were there. But Mr. Speaker, get it into your mind straight. You would never get to know about how much it costs for a president to travel. It is not done anywhere in the world. Calm down. You don't know the vote. Do you know how much ever sits in the security vote? You wouldn't know. You are not going to call me on as a voter. What is it? Why has he risen up? What is the reason? Point of order. You won't get me on the point of order. Sit down. Mr. Speaker, there's a reason why these things are coming. Well, I'll tell you the why. Because it is not supposed for the likes of you to know what is in there. National security by its very nature is security. And security by its nature is not the whole world. Thank you very much. It's national. And the more you look, the less you see. Thank you very much. You have my former boss who introduced me to the energy sector. We got oil discovered, and Kofi Buah tells the whole world that he discovered oil in Ghana. And I tell you, he will go to hell, and he doesn't understand. Point of order. What point of order is that, President? Mr. Speaker, well, thanks to the indefatigable Minister, National Security, everybody gets up and says that, well, we have been shielded from all the cataclysmic events going around in the ECOWAS. Well, we are happy, thankful to God, we are prayerful, but we should get our acts together. Young man, sit down, let me go through this. On the point of order, he won't call you. He will never call you, so sit down. Let's keep praying. Those guys, they are wicked. They don't like us. They don't mean well. People keep on talking about Islamic fundamentalists and all that. These guys are not Islamic fundamentalists, they are criminals. They are criminals. They are all over the place. That is why when money is allocated to my friend, the national, the interior minister, the defense minister, and to him, we have no quibble. In fact, if we had our own way, we probably would have liked for some other revenue to be compressed into the money given. You do not tell me what to speak to. I speak to what I like. Mr. Speaker, keep an eye on those unruly boys and let them sit down. Because senior prophet, I haven't spoken for the whole week and you are interrupting everything I'm saying. I've been very, very busy today making sure that the activities of the Finance Committee run smoothly. My deputy speaker from my constituency next door, considering who I am, has invited me to speak. Give me that privilege. The next 10 minutes I will be done. You are interrupting me. You keep talking and shouting, you get the square root of nothing from him. So keep quiet. These criminals have now moved away from your idea of conventional terrorism. They no longer do that. I mean, you've been talking about cyber terrorism, you've been talking about all sorts of things. That is their concentration now.
Adansin Kosoine, please. Conclude for me.
Mr. Speaker, so in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we had a very long day. So I asked that, sit down. Now, so I would ask that nobody else speaks after I've spoken, and we'll make sure that we'll support this. We'll grant him the money he wants. If we can take a bit away from the Minister for Transport. We can take a little from Minister of Transport and add to the national security. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me come to Minority Leader. Honorable, take it lightly. No.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion for the approval of 816,787 for the Ministry for National Security. And Mr. Speaker, in doing so, whilst I support the motion, let me draw your attention to page 9, paragraph 8.2. Mr. Speaker, it reads, threat of insecurity in the northern part of Ghana. And Mr. Speaker, the committee noted that the ministry had started a project aimed at providing better road networks, schools, water and electricity, and other social amenities. Mr. Speaker, I have a concern there because no reference is made to the collaborative ministry or agency. I don't want to believe that the Ministry for National Security undertakes this on its own. If that is so, it can be a shy away from the onerous responsibility of protecting the security of our citizens and the protection of the security of the state. So I have a worry with the way the language is couched there, as if, yes, it should have been added, then we would understand. But if you leave it just standing alone, it's as if we have reduced you to undertake road construction and building of schools. We know that is below you in terms of what you should be doing. Then, Mr. Speaker, the other one again is a construction, the chairman and the committee clerk. It is expected that the better socio-economic station, I have a difficulty there. Is it security or station? Chairman and minister, if you are looking at it, is expected that for better socio-economic station of citizens. I believe that is also a typo error. Station. It says station, read, I didn't say situation. Economic situation. So that one too must be corrected for the record. In page 9, the second paragraph. Mr. Speaker, to note that I'm encouraged to see the minister talk about installation of and procurement of software for enhanced intelligence collection and analysis. Except that he limits himself to software, it should be both the software and the hardware, because the threat into the future is likely to be cyber related. Mr. Speaker, in concluding, I note with satisfaction, and I quote, the ministry will pursue a policy of expansion of surveillance capabilities through the installation of more CCTV camera systems nationwide. Mr. Speaker, I just want to encourage the Minister for National Security, your CCTV cameras, take them to the port, take them to Tema Port, and take them to Takoradi Port. There is too much leakage of state resources in the name of tax exemptions and clearance, sometimes even in your name. They go and clear goods at the port, and when they are asked, they say national security. That we must put a stop to. I think that much of the revenue we need as a country, if we deploy CCTV cameras at the port, Tema, and at Takoradi, you won't come with E-levy. You find all the money there. And Minister, to make a personal appeal to you, too many times people go to the port in your name and in the name of the presidency that are clearing goods in the name of national security without the payment of legitimate taxation. That must also stop. A lot of it, if you want evidence, we'll share with you. They bring the car, then at the gate, when they ask, they say national security, then they label it, then it passes. Then finally, custom officials and some foreign nationals, bonded warehouses, is also used to loot the state of and deny the state of its revenue. What they do is when they take 1,000 bags of rice or 1,000 bags of sugar, then they say it is heading towards a bonded warehouse. Then they go and upload 100. The other trucks don't follow. So I think that you deserve more resources. I'm encouraging you that CCTV cameras, not just the street, deploy some at Tema Port, and deploy some at Takoradi Port, and take particular interest even in how final invoices are evaluated and cleared at the port in terms of CIF value and others. If you collaborate with Ministry of Transport and others, you will. I argued on this floor and I still support it, and maybe you take ownership of it. Customs must work 24 hours. Why should customs work and at 5 p.m. they leave the port? Why? We should have Ghana customs work 24/7. In terms of reducing our ease and the cost of doing business, we support you, and you know that you are one of the few level-headed people in the cabinet of President Nana Akufo-Addo with respect. I won't say, what's your problem? I said few. Did I exclude you? What's your problem? I'm recognizing my few level-headed, not aggressive leaders, not cooperating with aggression. So, Mr. Speaker, the Minister for National Security deserves better. He is doing his utmost best to counter terrorism and to assure us of the security of the state. One of the good things about him is that he's a very good listener. He should keep it up, but he should coordinate well with the Minister for Interior and the Minister for Defense, because the threat is not just northern Ghana. The remnants of the Sahelian conflict is posing many difficulties for us. Then finally, Mr. Speaker, yesterday, when you and Mr. Speaker hosted the Carols Night, the respected Catholic Bishop Name was talking about some killings at Dobo Kandiga in the Nabrungu district. You must pay particular attention to what he said, which has not been reported by the media. For all you know, it may be related to terrorism in northern Ghana. And for us to assure that you care about every citizen's life. Mr. Speaker, with this comment, I support the motion.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favor of the motion listed as item number 20 in today's order paper, say aye. Those against the motion say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. This House therefore has approved the sum of 816,787,000 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of National Security for the year ending 31st December 2022. Yes.
Speaker, page 10. And we're taking item 38.
Item 38.
Yes, Speaker.
Very well. Honorable members, let me invite you to page number 13, item number 38. Motion. The chairman or leader of the delegation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker, I rise to move that this Honorable House adopts the report of the delegation from the Parliament of Ghana to the Panafrican Parliament in the 4th ordinary session of the 5th Parliament of the Panafrican Parliament, which was held from Monday 24th May to Tuesday 1st June 2021 in Midrand, South Africa. Speaker, I
entreat the Hansard Department to capture the report in its entirety while I make reference to just the introduction and the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, this is a report of the delegation and it is brought to the House in accordance with Article 142 of the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament, the fourth ordinary session of the fifth Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament, as previously stated. The delegation is made up of my good self, the first Deputy Speaker, Joseph Osei-Usu, the Majority Chief Whip, Honorable Frank Anodompre, the Minority Chief Whip, Honorable Mubarak Muntaka, Honorable Collins Dauda, and Honorable Ophelia Mensah. The Speaker, we are often supported by Mr. Eric Osu-Mensah, Acting Deputy Clerk, and other members from the Parliamentary Service. The Speaker, I wish to observe that for the first time, the President of the Republic of Ghana addressed the Pan-African Parliament, and you'll find that in paragraph 5051 of the report. The Speaker, I'll move to the conclusion. Paragraph 9, conclusion. In conclusion, the delegation apologizes on behalf of the Pan-African Parliament for the embarrassing manner in which members conducted themselves in that session. It is the expectation of the delegation that the issue of geographical rotation for the election of presidents of Pan-African Parliament will be resolved by the heads of state and government of member countries to allow the election of Pan-African Parliament to proceed. Currently, Pan-African Parliament does not have a bureau overseeing the activities of the Parliament. The absence of the bureau has a telling effect on the operations of the Pan-African Parliament. We therefore call on the Assembly of the Heads of State and the Government as a matter of urgency to resolve the impasse to allow the smooth running of Pan-African Parliament. The delegation accordingly requires to adopt this report of the ordinary session of the fifth Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament. I so move. Yes, Honorable Chief Whip.
Speaker,
you can second, but please be brief.
Speaker, indeed, I'll be brief. I rise to second the motion and to make a few comments. Speaker, I have a privilege to represent Parliament, and for what I witnessed at the PAP, the Pan-African Parliament, it was, for want of a better expression, more of a disgrace and a negative development on the conscience of the entire membership of the Pan-African Parliament and the continent as a whole. If you look in context, the very ideals that gave birth to Pan-Africanism and the Pan-African Parliament as an institution, that sad day was a day that was most regrettable, and Africans will forever regret that day. Thankfully, the African Union has shown some leadership in terms of directives specific to the manner leadership of the Pan-African Parliament should be elected. That for me is what will set the tone going into the future, how we should guide that very important institution going to the future. So to some extent, we are beginning to experience some peace, and it's something we need to guard very well to avoid it degenerating to what we witnessed when we went to the Pan-African Parliament. It was a good experience, and I hope that Africa will take a very good lesson from this, and the African Union will be firm going into the future and make a resolute resolution in terms of how leadership of the Pan-African Parliament should be elected to guard and guide the affairs of that very important institution.
Speaker, I thank you for the space granted.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved, the motion has been seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. I will only invite two people, one from each side, but yes, but please be mindful of the time. Yes, Honourable Ahmed.
Okay.
Your time. So,
thank you, Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute on the motion on the floor. Mr. Speaker, the motion on the floor is the report of the representative for the Pan-African Parliament of Ghana on the fourth ordinary session of the fifth Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament from Monday 24th May to Tuesday 1st June 2021. Mr. Speaker, I have always been raising issues when it comes to our representations in international delegations, and especially ECOWAS Parliament, Pan-African Parliament, and the African, Pacific, and Caribbean Parliament. Mr. Speaker, my observation in attending some of those international parliaments has always been Ghana's representation and continuity of our members. Mr. Speaker, some parliaments have adopted the idea of nurturing people to be able to stay long in those institutions and even head those institutions. Mr. Speaker, God being so good, our reps in the Pan-African Parliament have been there for some time. And it is my prayer that one day Ghana will also be at the helm of affairs in the Pan-African Parliament. One thing, however, that works against our being on top of those or at the helm of those institutions has always been when it comes to representations, Francophones against Anglophones. But Mr. Speaker, reading the report in page 17, I have seen that the main item on the agenda in that parliament for that meeting was election of members of the Bureau. The Speaker, election has been the bane for the African, and I'm surprised that in reading the report, I'm even getting to know that even at the continental level, for the black man, our representatives to go and vote and elect members to represent us at the Continental Parliament, Mr. Speaker, there was a problem. Mr. Speaker, what are we doing as a continent? African Parliament to go and vote and elect their own representatives, and there was a conflict. Mr. Speaker, as far back as 2017, reading the report, it is said that to avert such issues, the Parliament leaders, yes, it was to do away with the mistrust among Anglophone and Francophone, the mistrust and the selfish aspect of the African the African leaders ourselves, Mr. Speaker, you adopted the idea of rotation. And Mr. Speaker, the problem of the African, beyond the mistrust, the Anglophone and the Francophone, what normally brings those conflicts, Mr. Speaker, is that, if I speak the same language with you, So long as you are an Anglophone country and you are contesting, then I will support you. The Speaker, I've witnessed it several times, and it has always worked against the Anglophone countries. Once you can speak French and you go there, they will mobilize whether you can perform or you cannot perform. The Francophones will give you the opportunity. But you and I know, Mr. Speaker, the number of Anglophone countries on the continent are not that much. So what I'm reading here is that as a result of the mistrust and the division of Anglophone against African continent by Anglophone against Francophone, Mr. Speaker, even in the election of the people, there was a conflict. Mr. Speaker, since when and for how long can the black man, if I can quote the first president of this country, that the black man is capable of managing his own affairs? Even in the 21st century, to organize elections and elect people to represent us in our continental parliament has been a problem. Can we sit here and be blaming the white man, that the white man came to partition Africa, and as a result of that, we are not united? For now, there's a program that it should be by rotation basis. If it is by rotation basis, you can't set your own principles and violate the principles. Let's observe the principle of rotation to do away with further conflict in elections. Mr. Speaker, if we cannot do this, then we should stop blaming the white man for something that happened in 1884 and 1885. We can't keep on blaming the white man that they came to divide ourselves. If we ourselves cannot unite to elect our own parliamentary leaders, then, Mr. Speaker, I wonder where we intend going. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I want to call upon our reps. We have confidence in you. The next time you go to meeting in South Africa, make it clear to them that the Parliament of Ghana did not take lightly the conflict, the electoral conflict that happened in the Pan-African Parliament. Let's put a stop to it and adopt rotation as our model. We have 54 of the 3 countries. If it is you today, the next year it may be me. It will by all means come to me, Mr. Speaker. It will help us to do away with electoral conflict. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Nobody from this side. Well. Then I'll put the question. And the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against the motion, say no. Honorable members, the motion is carried. This House has therefore adopted the report of the Pan-African Parliament from Ghana.
Shall we go on to page 12? Shall we go on to page 12 and take item 34? 34.
Well.
And Speaker, I'll seek your leave for the Defense Minister to move the motion on behalf of the Majority Leader.
Well. Honorable members, let me invite you to page number 12, item number 34. Motion. Yes, Majority Leader and Minister for Parliamentary Affairs. Majority Leader, please hold on. Let me.
Our objection for the Minister for Defense to move the budget of Parliament. The chairman of the Special Budget Committee is the Majority Leader and Leader of the House. Once he has come, Mr. Speaker,
this is Parliament. We must have time for our own affairs.
Member, your objection is moot. The man himself is here. Honorable Leader, let me hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I move the motion, I think I should remind the Deputy Whip for the minority that the Minister responsible for defense is a former Deputy Majority Leader. And he has residual powers. Mr. Speaker, I arise to move that this Honorable House approves the sum. And Speaker, I want to amend.
Are you also doing correction here?
Yes.
As you did
I want to amend the figure. The figure should read 687,999,121 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker,
Leader, 100 and last figure.
121. 121 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the last page of the report,
very well,
that figure is captured there. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 687,990,121 Ghana cedis for the services of Parliament and the Parliamentary service for the year ending 31st December 2022. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Yes, Honorable Majority Whip.
Speaker, I rise to second the motion moved, and in so doing present the committee's report. Speaker, I intend to limit myself to the concluding part of the report and employs the Hansard Department to capture the report in full. Speaker, in view of the need to strengthen Parliament as a key pillar of Ghana's democracy, the committee recommends to the House to adopt its report and approve the sum of 687,999,121 Ghana cedis for the implementation of some of the programs of the Parliament of Ghana for the year 2022 financial year. Speaker, I'm grateful.
Yes. Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to support the motion for the House to approve the budget for the Office of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the total amount is 687,999,121 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, comparing the allocation for CAPEX for 2022 against that of 2021, there has been a reduction of the amount. But Mr. Speaker, we all know about the projects for construction of constituency offices for members of Parliament. The estimated amount of 70 million or allocated for that project will leave just a little over 30 million for other CAPEX. So I'm of the view that if for the year 2021, as of September, a total amount of over 40 million was spent on CAPEX, I doubt if the 100 million allocated for 2022 will be sufficient to cover the constituency offices as well as other CAPEX for the House. So during the course of the year, if there is a need for an additional allocation, probably through a media review, we urge the Ministry of Finance to consider adding some allocation to CAPEX figure so that the House will be able to undertake its activities effectively for the year. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate. Yes, leader.
Speaker, equal to what the Deputy Minority Leader has indicated. It's important to stress that the 687,999,121 does not include the rent that must be paid to members for the 2023-2024 years. Technically, it's for 2023-2024. However, if they do not feature in the budget of 2022, members cannot access it in order for them to pay up their rents beginning 2023. So the appeal to the President is that he should direct the Minister of Finance to have a second look at that. The total amount involved is about 38 million. So that is outside this. And then the amount that requested, ultimately after some consultation, came to 726 million. The President's own advice to us was that what the National Kitty can support now is the 687,999,121 Ghana cedis. That leaves a shortfall of about 39 million. So the appeal is for them to consolidate the two of them, the rent and this shortfall. Plus, as you rightly said, the allocation for the constituency offices. Indeed and in truth, the amounts that were set aside for the 70 for this year, unutilized by us, not through the fault of the ministry, but through our own faults. We need to find a way to capture same. At least if we can't have the full complement, to have a segment added to the 70 that is programmed to be done for 2022. So we're going to have this discussion with the ministry that those of them should be factored into the amount that we have agreed on, the 687 coming from the President, which we have agreed now to take, but to make an urgent request that these are outstanding, that in the mid-year review, they should look to letting us have the top-up in order for us to be able to achieve the intended purpose for which you have made the request. Mr. Speaker, that indeed is a position, and for now, the President's communication, what is coming to us, is an uplift from 510 that was initially given to us to 687,999,121. But Mr. Speaker, I think it's important. It's important for us as a House to also that we're seeking some parity with the Judiciary. And by convention, the President have agreed that our budgets should be coming to the President, no, not to the Minister of Finance any longer. However, as is done by the Judiciary, Mr. Speaker, their estimates are sent to the President at least 2 months before the presentation of the budget. This year, our own budget was sent to the President on the 15th of November. The budget originally was supposed to be delivered in the House. And that will not help the President to make a determination. So it's important that our own budget officers and Parliament as an institution transmit our estimates to the President on time, so that necessary consultations could ensue and the appropriate thing will be done. The Speaker, having said that, I thank you for the space provided.
Yes, Minority Leader, I was going to put the question before you entered, so please be brief.
Speaker,
for me.
I'll pray for your indulgence. The leader will know why I'm on my feet, because for the Parliament of Ghana, Mr. Speaker, for the record, Right Honorable Speaker Bagbin is not satisfied with the amount that is being allocated for Parliament as an organ of state. And I just wanted to state, as an arm of government, he thinks that he started with 1.7 billion to 1 billion and to 726 million, and the Ministry of Finance have adjusted from 510 to 687. So for the record, the board have had to ask him to write back to His Excellency the President, stating that our wish is that Parliament is granted 726 million as our budget for 2020. So ideally, I would have been calling for the arrest of this motion, but understanding that the way government works, maybe we should have some assurance from the Ministry of Finance that some other provision will be made to contain the requests that have been made. So importantly, Mr. Speaker, is another reason why, Mr. Speaker, during the deliberations with the clerk and his men at the committee level, it also was made known to us that currently Parliament has about 56 million of its capex outstanding, goods and services 27 million outstanding. And Mr. Speaker, to serve notice to the Honorable Minister of State and the Minister of Finance and Deputy Minister that between today and 30th December, you must honor Parliament by paying at least 50 million of that outstanding amount for Parliament to end the year, or you have to find the 50 million for Parliament, Mr. Speaker, or we'll find a financial motion sponsored by you or the Honorable Charles Guang, and we'll arrest it here for wanting to starve Parliament of the needed resources. So we need assurance from you that between today and 30th December, the outstanding 27 million capex and goods and services combined 56 million. In fact, Mr. Speaker, is 90 million, but there's some 20 million hanging through the giving system, which also is unresolved. It is for them, the Ministry of Finance, to retire it. Mr. Speaker, you know that all requests made to the Speaker in the last few days, he has returned them. He has returned the request made, whether it came from Majority Leader or Minority Leader or from any department, because Parliament does not have the resources to operate and function as we speak, because we have been starved of that resources. So I also wanted to put that on record and to take an assurance from the Honorable Minister of State and the Ministry of Finance that they will deal with it. Mr. Speaker, then to assure members that the initiative to construct constituency office to improve our relationship with our constituents will be done. We also would see some MPs function well with senior research aides or assistant supporting members of Parliament across the country. Mr. Speaker, we also encourage the clerk's office. Once you anticipate building constituency offices for MPs, you must also anticipate that tomorrow there must be constituency liaison officers recruited for that purpose. So until 2023, we expect that adequate budgetary allocation will be made for that purpose, so that those who man the offices will relate to the members of Parliament as to concerns and issues emanating in our absence from the constituency, so that they communicate same to us. Mr. Speaker, as leader rightly observed, we have to make provision for an additional 37 million to cater for what may be due between October and December this year in respect of rent allowances. So that 37 million, 37.9, I heard you, 37.9. So you have rounded it up. I won't round it up. I'm still at 37.9. So, Mr. Speaker, that 37.9 million have not been catered for in this budget. That will also have to be taken care of. Mr. Speaker, another good thing that Parliament intends to do is to improve Wi-Fi presence in terms of broadband availability here and to serve for redundant purposes. Apart from that, Mr. Speaker, the 687 is not adequate for the operations of Parliament for 2022. But understandably, the President in his budget stated what difficulties he has honoring this. But going into the future, it is a wish and determination of Right Honourable Speaker that at least a certain percentage of the GDP is allocated for the two other co-equal arms of government and Parliament, and that our Parliament seems to be favouring just the executive, the President and his ministers and agencies of state. In that direction, he has our support that budgetary allocation have to improve for the Judiciary and for Parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, there are some ongoing infrastructure projects. We've reminded the clerk, when you are climbing the stairs here as a visitor, foreign heads of state, I normally will run on it. When you are running, you hear some sound. There's something wrong with the tires outside here. They have to fix it before a foreign dignitary falls outside there. And then when it rains too, there are problems there with water holding outside there. Mr. Speaker, with these words, I want assurance from the former acting Minister for Finance, where is your brown bag, together with the Honorable Charles Dubois and Abena, to assure us, before you put the vote, Mr. Speaker, or else we are ready to vote. Before you put the vote, we need assurance that Parliament will be resourced before the end of this year. Because, Mr. Speaker, the clerk explained that why this year went smooth for them, especially January to April, was because they secured those releases on 28th and 29th of 2020. So same must apply, and we need assurance that the money hanging in gift list in the name of Parliament will come, and that the additional requests for goods and services and keepers will come, or your next motion, government machinery, will subject it to vote. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader, are you going to respond to him?
Mr. Speaker, I think a few issues that require some clarification. That is the request that Parliament made. And the minority leader related to it. I thought that we had some engagement and moved away from that. Because, you see, we should not create any impression that because we are an arm of government, we're entitled. Otherwise, if you look at the budget of the Judiciary, they are also an arm of government. And if you perhaps compare staff strength, they have more staff than we do have. But theirs is 576 million. We have 687. And if you insist that maybe 2% should be given to you because you are an arm of government and so you require 1.7 billion, certainly you create problems for the system. But let's be realistic. Let's dialogue on these matters. And I think we can find common ground to move forward. Mr. Speaker, the other matter that we should speak to, and I said to us that we couldn't utilize the amount that was allocated to us for the construction of constituency offices, mainly because of issues to do with land acquisition. It's important that members, in collaboration with their various district assemblies, do the procurement of the parcels of land immediately. Mr. Speaker, we will have a meeting amongst ourselves, a joint caucus meeting or perhaps a committee of the whole, to discuss the modalities going forward, what it is that must be done, so that whatever means that we use to do the allocation of the 70 or so constituency offices that we guess we could start in 2022, we then come to some determination about
how to move forward on that. Are we going to use alphabetical order in selecting the names? Are we going to go by maybe caucuses? Are we going to go by seniority? Are we going by maybe the rankings of members in the House? For instance, committee chairs, vice chairs, ranking members, and so on. Not discounting the role of the special budget committee members, because they superintend the budget of. No. It's rather constitutional and legal. Constitutional and legal. So, Mr. Speaker, we may have to deal with this. But having said so, I want to reiterate and agree with the minority that the issue that he raised in respect of the outstandings. I think the total is about 56 million, and it will require for the Ministry of Finance to avail that fund to us. Otherwise, as happens, the first 3 months, Parliament will be imperiled. We can't do any work if that amount is not released to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, with that clarification, I would invite you to put a question on the motion listed as item number 34.
Very well. Honourable members, before I put the question, with respect to the Constituency office, I think the first Deputy Speaker gave us a wise counsel in respect to the acquisition of land. Any member who intends acquiring land should be in the name of Parliament of Ghana, not individual member of Parliament. The acquisition should be in the name of Parliament of Ghana. It's Parliament's property. So on that note, let him go ahead to put the question. And the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion listed in today's order paper 34, say aye. Those against the motion say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion has been approved. This House has therefore approved a sum of 687,999,121 Ghana cedis for the services of Parliament and the parliamentary services for the year ending 31st December 2022.
Speaker, page 13. Page 13, item 36. I'll seek your leave, the Majority Leader, to take it.
Honourable members, let me invite you to page number 13, item number 36, motion. Minister of State, now Majority Leader, Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, you may take it.
Mr. Speaker, we're looking for a Minister of State at the Office of the President. And because I couldn't find him, I was going to do it myself. But now we have the Honorable Kujo. Honorable Kujo. So
yes, Honorable Member for Takoradi.
Move motion. Listed as item number 36.
Honorable Member for Constituency. Afia. Honorable Kujo, you may go.
Mr. Speaker, I think I have to take the members to through the pronunciation of my constituency. It's Afenyo. Afenyo. Yes. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 3,130,663,000 Ghana cedis only for the services of the Office of Government Machinery for the year ending 31st December 2022. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. The chairman of the... Very well, let me... Majority Chief Whip, yes.
Speaker, I rise to second the motion and to present the committee's report. Speaker, I intend to limit myself to the concluding portion and wish that the Hansa Department captures the entire report. Speaker, the committee, after critically examining the 2022 budget estimates of the Office of Government Machinery, recommends that the House approves the sum of 3,130,663,000 Ghana cedis for the 2022 financial year. Speaker, I'm grateful.
Very well. Yes. Yes. Deputy Minority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion of the report of the Finance Committee on the estimates of government machinery for the year ended 3rd December 2022. Mr. Speaker, I've gone through the institutions under the Office of Government Machinery. And last year, Mr. Speaker, if my memory will set me right, in approving this same budget and estimates for Office of Government Machinery, we made some serious observations in relation to how to oversight the amount of monies allocated to the Office of Government Machinery. Mr. Speaker, not long ago, after making those observations, the Committee for Poverty Reduction had an encounter with some of those institutions under the Office of Government Machinery. Mr. Speaker, serious observations were made about how contracts were given by the same ministry, not completed. A case in point was in their report about 1,500 contracts that were awarded under the Middle Belt Development Authority. Only 233 were completed. That is less than 15%. Mr. Speaker, posing a problem on how to oversight monies allocated under the Office of Government Machinery. Mr. Speaker, going through, and if you look at institutions that are under Office of Government Machinery, beside those development authorities, if you go through the report, the Finance Committee is urging the Ministry of Finance to make sure that adequate allocation of resources is made to the development authorities to be able to complete their projects. And they are telling them that they should not even award new projects until Finance release money for them to complete the already awarded ones. Mr. Speaker, you and I know, go to the dailies, new contracts are being advertised. Those that were awarded are not completed. If you awarded 1,500 contracts and you were unable, from 2018 to date, you completed only 233. Mr. Speaker, are we making judicious use of the scanty resources that we have? This is why last year we recommended that the development authorities, if you say you have collapsed the Special Development Ministry, let's send all the three development authorities under the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. Mr. Speaker, from 2017 to date,
This administration has recruited over 10,000 university graduates under the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. We've been battling with you to release money to the office of the District Assembly Common Fund for them to be able to work. You are not sending it. Then you've recruited over 10,000 graduates there. Then you've created only 3 development authorities and you take the money to them. So, Mr. Speaker, this is why they are awarded. If you ask we the MPs seated here, that the Special Development Ministry project or Development Authorities project awarded in your ministry, how many of them are completed? It's a problem. Mr. Speaker, we cannot continue in this way. And I still want to emphasize that, Mr. Speaker, effort must be made to relocate the development authorities under the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development for effective oversight and judicious use of resources and completion of projects, so that even if common fund is not released annually, the employees, the 10,000 graduates you've added, will have some job to be done. So, Speaker, not only that, we are saying that under the same place we have National Identification Authority. The National Identification Authority is under the Office of Government Machinery. Mr. Speaker, we just finished considering the budget of the Electoral Commission, and in it, they said they are in engagement, the Electoral Commission is in engagement with the National Identification Authority, so that the Ghana card will be the only source document, reference document, for people to be able to register. Mr. Speaker, look at their location. I'm going to go into election with the government. An institution under that government, National Identification Authority under him, the document he's producing is going to be the only reference document. Man's passport will be useless. Man's voter's ID card will be useless. Mr. Speaker, I think if that is what the electorate is considering, that is why I raise concern that we must bring the operations of the National Identification Authority under serious scrutiny. If it is going to be an electoral document or electoral reference document, then it cannot be under the Office of the Government Machinery. It is in this spirit that the Constitution said the Electoral Commission must be independent, so that they will be able to do their work fair and fair. But now you are going to rely on operations of activities and the Office of Government Machinery. What level playing field are you going to provide? With this few words, Mr. Speaker, we are not there yet. I just want to say that we must approve the 3.1 billion for the Office of the Government Machinery. And Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Well, let me come to Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion that we approve that sum of money for Office of Government Machinery, which has the President of the Republic as lead person and lead supervising person. But Mr. Speaker, whilst I want to contribute to it, may I respectively, with respect, refer you to page 13 of your committee's report. And Mr. Speaker, why? Office of the President, 128,711,000. Office of the Chief of Staff, 404,000. And then Vice President, Secretariat, 24 million. Why? The Vice President office, it deserves better allocation of resources. You can't give the President's office 128 million. I'm assuming that they are subsumed, President and his Vice President. But Vice President Secretariat, only 24 million. Why are you starving the Vice President Secretariat with resources and you are having more resources for the Office of the Chief of Staff? Is it because you are not supporting him enough with your heart? as he wants to run for president. That is why you are doing this to him. You are not supporting him enough with your heart. You are supporting him with your mouth. How come, Mr. Speaker? But Mr. Speaker, whilst I'm at it, I'm requesting that the Minister of Finance and the Office of the President must furnish Parliament with full details of the National Identification Authority contract. We need to know what is the contract for, how much is it worth, how much have been disbursed. It cannot be every year 100 million awarded to National Identification Authority, another year 241, mid-year review 100 million. We need to know what is the nature of the contract. Is it a PPP contract? Is it a government-sponsored National Identification Authority, or there's a relationship beyond that? We need full particulars of that detail for our purposes, in order that we understand what the National Identification Authority is doing and at what cost. Because we are only told that this is allocated to them. I know that there is a private sector player in it who is working with government. So we need the full particular. Mr. Speaker, still on the same page, one of the initiatives for which government have praised itself is recruiting young people into what is referred to as NAPCO, jobs for young people, Nation Builders Corps. Mr. Speaker, this is not backed by law, yet we are prepared for them. What is the justification? You recall National Youth Employment when it started, and the problems that we ran into it when enormous budgetary allocations were made to it, yet there is no accountability structures. Who does NAPCO report to, and how does NAPCO report to this August House on its performance and activities with their audited account? We only can demand that if it was a creation of statute. NAPCO is not. Third, Mr. Speaker, Maslock. Is it a creation of law? No. Why? Yet they disburse millions of Ghana cedis. Accountability. How do we exact and demand accountability from Maslock? Yet I have no problem with the principle of what they do. Giving out credit, they can. But what is our legal justification? We are allocating state resources to institutions that by law are not accountable to us as a house. That, Mr. Speaker, I find very, very problematic. Then, Mr. Speaker, let me refer you to page 1. And probably this house must take a strong view. There are many institutions under the office of the president. They have no business being under the office of the president again, in my view. I'll list some of them. Ghana AIDS Commission, why? Why should they be under the presidency? There's a Ministry of Health, AIDS Commission. You can subject it to ministerial oversight at the Ministry of Health, but you cannot leave it at the office of the president. What is special about AIDS Commission that they must be under the office of the president? The president must have enough issues to worry about than this matter. When it started, yes, at the time, you needed to coordinate activities between various ministries. We have come very far. I do not think that the Ghana AIDS Commission should still be under the office of the president. Mr. Speaker, Ghana Investment Promotion Center, it should be under the Minister for Trade and Industry. We passed the law here. I should recall that I played a role in shepherding the law. Why should GIPC be under the office of the president? It should be under the Ministry of Trade and Industry for purposes of accountability. If there is a question on investment promotion, who is coming to answer it here? It probably can be the Minister of Finance or the Minister of Trade. We cannot hold the President or the Vice President to come and answer for them. So I think that some of them, Scholarship Secretariat, why should they be under the office of the President when there is a Minister for Education? Scholarship is scholarship. Why do you keep them under the office of the President? I think that some of it, Mr. Speaker, and as I have said, for National Identification Authority, we are demanding full particulars. Mr. Speaker, I have raised this because the Electoral Commission, as the Honorable Deputy Honorable Ahmed observed, yesterday indicated to our Special Budget Committee that they probably in future will rely on national ID cards for purpose of voting and not voter ID card. And yet voter ID card can be a retail of the wholesale of a national ID card. So we don't want duplication. And Mr. Speaker, it is my view that in Ghana, data is in too many silos. NCA is holding people's data taken biometric. National Health Insurance is holding people's data taken biometric. SIM registration is holding people's data taken biometrics. Senate is holding people's data taken biometric. In Ghana, we must harmonize and integrate the data. Why do you take my single fingerprint here, take it there, take it over there? To serve what purpose? In this technologically driven, innovated economy? No. There are too many silos of data around. NCA is holding data, NIA. It was refreshing to hear the President in the State of the Nation when he said that you now will use national ID card to relate to pension and other matters. So, Mr. Speaker, I support the budget, but we demand that NAPCO must be a creature of law. Even training is not provided for its beneficiaries. And the 2 years transition, they don't know their fate. After the 2 years, we must know where are they heading towards. When you provide the opportunity for them for 2 years, the exit plan, we are failing. Because after exit, that's why government has to somersault on your plan. Initially, you said they should go home. Then when you notice political pressure, you said they should come back. No, we must have a plan for their exit. That after 2 years, if you cannot absorb them into the public sector, you must create some opportunities in the private sector for them to be absorbed. But we need it to be backed by legislation. Maslow must be backed by legislation. Tomorrow, how are we going to account for the huge sums of money they have disbursed over the years? No law, no reporting to Parliament. How much recoveries they are making, unless the question is asked here, we will not know. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude with special development initiative. No money is going to them, whether it's special Northern Development Authority, Middle Belt, Coastal Development Authority. They have also been reduced. Like Zongo Development Fund, that they are teaching women how to do wache and crochet. Is that our priority? How can that be a priority? So we must make resources available, and I share his view that the Ministry of Local can be asked to supervise these development authorities and their resources made to them. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I support the motion that sum of money be approved for office of government machinery, with a plea that the Vice President office must be adequately resourced. And Minister for Finance, if you are the President, you mean well for him, give him more money and then don't starve him of resources. Thank you.
Yes, honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favor of the motion listed as 36 in today's order paper, say aye. Those against the motion say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. This House has therefore approved the sum of 3,130,663,000 Ghana cedis for the services of the Office of Government Machinery for the year ending 31st December 2022. Yes, any guidance?
Dominic.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Speaker. There are some papers to be presented by the Minister. On page 2 of the addendum order paper. Page 2 addendum. Page 2 of the addendum order paper.
Yes, honorable members, let's addendum order paper and let's turn to page number 2. Item number 1, presentation of papers. Yes,
Mr. Speaker, please, with the greatest of respect, at this stage, you are coming to lay paper to do what? We are coming to lay new business. Please, let's finish the business that we have so we can close. We are not robots. We are not machines. Please, we've been sitting here since morning. It's been over 12 hours. If you don't want us to do the appropriation, let's close and go. You cannot be treating us as if we are robots. Please. Our health matter. We are proper agreed that we have to finish appropriation. But this is not the time for you to be bringing new business. Why? Please, let's be fair to each other. We had an understanding. We had a clear understanding what we are going to do. Why are we trying to deviate from what we all agreed we are going to do? So what? If this is your fifth,
honorable members, order. Please.
Stop blaming ignorance. Do you know what we are talking about? Do you know what we are talking about? The whole money, were you here? The whole money, were you here?
Honorable Sarah.
What rubbish is that? This is what we've agreed. Let's keep to what we've agreed to do. Please. It's past 10:30. We are not bringing new business. Why? No, there's another addendum. Why?
Yes, honorable majority leader.
Even my own, you haven't even done it. First time is not yet to do it.
Yes, Speaker.
Honorable members, please, let's have an order here. Please. Yes, majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, the appropriations bill has been laid in the House and it's been referred to the Finance Committee. The Finance Committee has started working on it. I must say that even before it got to the House, because of their working relationship with the ministry, they were dealing with the drafts. So they've seen the whole thing. However, formally it's now being referred to them. So they now want to sit on it to reconcile the figures to see whether what they considered earlier is the same thing as being referred to them. So that is what they are doing. In the meantime, and in fact all of us will have to even move there. In the meantime, Mr. Speaker, what is on the order paper addendum, those papers to be laid, we are not to transact business on them. It is just to be referred to the committees so that in the course of the adjournment, Speaker, they could consider them. So for the chief whip not to seek further and better particulars and be talking, we are not robots and so on, it's a bit strange. Mr. Speaker, we must be together in these things. And indeed, this is not the first time this is happening. It's not the best. It's not the best to have Parliament sit beyond, say, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. It certainly is not the best of arrangements. However, Mr. Speaker, let's be forthright and truthful to ourselves. This is not the first time this is happening. Unfortunate as it is, because when you are on the right side and it happens that you are pleading, oh colleagues, let's do this, then we play your ball. When on the other side, no, we don't agree. Let's be truthful to ourselves. You want a plea? You want a plea? Except I will not come with any baggage. But Mr. Speaker, I believe that we can just allow just the presentation of the papers, and then all of us will have to move to the Finance Committee. Mr. Speaker, without them, we can't take the appropriations. And that perhaps may mean that there are some referrals that have been made already in respect of the military, the defense. If it can be done whilst we are away, let's see. If it cannot be done and we have to suspend sitting, we'll go join the Finance Committee for a few minutes, because as I said, theirs is just to do the reconciliation, and then we'll come back and possibly finish the business today. If we cannot finish today and we have to do so tomorrow morning, so be it.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, Majority Leader knows very clearly why I was raising those concerns. He knows very clearly why I'm raising those concerns. We agreed on what we're going to do and set parameters, and we all keep communicating to our side that, we've agreed to do ABCD. From the time we agreed, you can count how many addendums have also come with the same excuse. We are only learning to refer. And then all of a sudden, some of them reports are being prepared. Look at some of the addendums that you presented. You presented fees and charges. You presented loan on electrification, and you are expecting some of them to come with a report. And I'm saying that let's communicate, because when we agree to do something and then you are going out of what we've agreed, you are indirectly irritating one side. Because you are on the government side, if you just sit and because any business comes, you just accept. You are not being fair to the other side, because you have to keep to what we've agreed. If there's it is only fair. You draw the other side attention that there's this genuine reason why we have to do ABCD. And then we'll have to understand. But you don't put it as a surprise. Because this addendum that you are just bringing, we never knew anything about it. All of a sudden it's been distributed. And you say you are going to lay. We don't know what you intend to do. And now you are saying that we are waiting for a finance committee. You know very well that our priority was to get the appropriation done tonight. Now you've added E-levy there. And now they are battling. We don't even know which one is your priority now. Well, if we have to pull surprise to each other, then I'm sorry to say we have a long night to go. Yes, we have a very long night because you're pulling surprise and we also pulling surprise. We don't want that because we have worked all this week together and we want to end up with the same kind of understanding. So, Majority Leader, we plead with you. Let's stick to what we've agreed. If there's genuine reason why something must change, let us stop and agree. Please. That's all we are seeking for. And we are saying that after 10:30, this when we want to be laying papers. Yes, we are explaining that, it is for them to consider during the recess. But you agree, this has not been communicated to us. Yes. So how are we to know what your intention? If you've not communicated that to us. Please be fair to us. That's all we are seeking to say. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to be fair to me, I was not at your pre-sitting meeting. If you went and documented whatever you wanted to do, I'm not privy to that. And you do know that I have been communicating, we're sitting down, I call people outside and we dialogue. It's not a matter of surprise. So don't let it appear as if anybody is pulling a surprise. Please, let's keep the trust and confidence that we have. Don't make any suggestion as if anybody is doing that. So that's my worry. That is my worry. Because you always want to paint the picture as if somebody wants to undermine you. And that's not the truth. That is not the truth. So, Mr. Speaker, I was just saying that they should just lay. We go to the Finance Committee. Those of them that they did lay maybe 3 days or so ago, if they are ready for the House to take, they could take them as we move out to handle the appropriation, because we must secure the budget, and that is by the appropriation bill. Speaker, there are other things that are connected. The E-levy, Is it possible for us to do it? We'll see where we can get to. Because, let's not forget, it's an integral part of the budget. So, Mr. Speaker, for now, the concern is what documents are ready. I don't know, as he's saying, if we have a checklist, they agreed on the checklist, I was not there, and that they agreed to go strictly by that. Let them show us where we are on that. And then we'll go to the Finance Committee and finish with the appropriations bill.
Mr. Speaker, we know what it means for Ghana to have a budget or not have a budget. We know its implications for the economy, for businesses, and for individuals and households. What we are demanding from the majority leader at this point in time, Mr. Speaker, is two specific issues. One, appropriation. If you want it passed today, then let's do it. If you want appropriation plus E-levy, serve as notice, because with E-levy, we will subject it to a thorough debate and a thorough voting on our side. But we need to be prepared that we are here. But when you say appropriation, E-levy, we need to know where we are. But we certainly, Mr. Speaker, you don't expect that 10:30, there are people who want to go and bury their mothers, and we are keeping them in the name of legislation and E-levies. We know that. If you let us know, if you want us to adjourn, we can adjourn today, come back on Monday, debate and pass appropriation and pass E-levy. We are prepared. But 10:30, our numbers, we have them here. You may not have the numbers. You may not have. But both sides, you may not. So, leader, let's do appropriation and see whether E-levy. But with E-levy, we will demand of you that the Ghanaian public are interested in that particular bill, and you have brought it under urgency because it's a financial bill. We will think that full glare of the public. We debate the policy principles of it. We will tell Ghanaians where we stand, that we do not think that you are sensitive enough to proceed further with it. But leader, no, we should know what you want to achieve this night. No, you haven't. If we are adjourning, let's adjourn. Then come back Monday, Tuesday. Tell us now. Then we stay. But if we are staying, we will only stay for appropriation. But we don't want you to spring a surprise on us on E-levy. So that is why we are saying, let us know what your intentions are. We are prepared. Monday, Tuesday, we are available here. But if you want us to end it today, then let's end with appropriation. Because E-levy must be thoroughly debated. You can't debate E-levy beyond 11 p.m. The Ghanaian people must hear and know where we stand on it. So let's do appropriation. You have our full blessing. We stay. We seal appropriation, revenue measures in other times, then we consider it. But we don't have a problem with you assisting Air Force to get aeroplanes. We know yours, so we don't have a difficulty. But we just want leader. Do you want us to do appropriation this night? Then let's limit ourselves to just that. If you want us to adjourn in addition, let's know. But we can combine the two. As for E-levy, the Ghanaian people want us to debate it before them. We don't wield our own mandate. Sovereignty resides in the people. So, Mr. Speaker, let leader guide the House. I won't go into the politics of surprise or no surprise. But as for E-levy, we won't take a surprise on it. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, yes, for the avoidance of doubts, we have said by sequence, certainly the E-levy is on the cards. Are we going to do it now? It's on the cards. It's on the agenda of our business. The Speaker, but I'm saying that by sequence, we are finished with the estimates, right? Having finished the estimates, the next step is the appropriations. The next step is appropriations. And then, after the appropriations, we'll deal with the E-levy. If it's not possible to go, Mr. Speaker, I've had discussions with colleagues that certainly we are going to set tomorrow. we are going to say tomorrow. If we are able to, if the committee is able to finish, because we all do know that for the committee to sit, whatever amendments to be proffered and so on, for the report to be done, I believe that for all practical reasons, it will be difficult to handle the E-levy this night. And that is why we said that let the committee work on it, and then tomorrow morning we can deal with it. The Speaker, that is the arrangement and the discussion that went on amongst leadership. I'm just reporting what we decided on. If you are saying no, that is your own business. But I'm just reporting what we decided on within leadership today. It's my report to you. If you say that you don't want to be part of it, it's your decision. But I'm saying that amongst us leadership, that's what we agreed on. That we deal with appropriations, let the committee deal with the E-levy. If it's possible for them to finish, if I earlier on they even said we're going to do it tomorrow morning, and we said the time will be too short, let them rather meet on it this evening. And then tomorrow we have a report, and then deal with it. If you're able to finish, God save us. So that is for them, for the committee to report back to us. But for now, having finished the estimates, we must secure the budget with the appropriation bill. And that is the next step. So I think, Mr. Speaker, we can go join the Finance Committee to finish with the appropriations, come back and complete the appropriations today. And then we can take an adjournment, leave the committee to work, and come tomorrow morning. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, appropriation, I can assure my colleague, will stay and close it. But E-levy tomorrow, we will not accept. E-levy Monday fully. But tomorrow, no. Tomorrow we are burying Antiama Benuado. And there are other members who are burying their mothers too. And there are others who may not be available on Saturday. And E-levy means a lot to us and to the Ghanaian people. So E-levy tomorrow, leader, no. If you want E-levy, Monday, Tuesday, we are prepared for you. Full glare of the public, we debate it, we vote on it. E-levy. Today, appropriation, up to 1 a.m., we will sit and close it for you, but no new business. Appropriation will do for you. But E-levy, I will think that Monday, we can look at it and take a decision as appropriate. But tomorrow, Saturday, is not good enough for us on E-levy. And for the Ghanaian people, this night is not desirable.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said, the Finance Committee is reclining to deal with the appropriations bill. They are reclining to deal with the appropriations bill. In the meantime, I think there are some agreements for the Ministry of Defense. So they can use it to fill space while the Finance Committee goes to deal with the appropriations bill, and then to come back maybe the next 30, 45 minutes or so for us to conclude the appropriations bill today. So you can do it.
Honorable members, Leader of the House,
Mr. Speaker, I think the other paper addendum, page 17, item listed as 20. Item 20.
Honorable members, let's turn to other paper addendum, page number 17, motion. Yes, page number 17, item number 20, Chairman of the Finance Committee. Yes. Leadership.
Mr. Speaker, I think you should suspend sitting, then we come back for appropriation. Beyond that, we won't be able to participate in any other activity.
Well.
The Finance Committee, they are not here. Chairman is not here. Vice Chairman is not here. Are you the Chairman? Are you the Vice Chairman? No. Let's do things rightly and appropriately. We have no difficulty as going through that motion, but they are not here. Give us the report of appropriation. Let's pass appropriation. The minister can go and sleep. Honorable Abena, get your appropriation and go home. E-levy, we can't do it this night and we can't do it tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. I'm now serving you nothing. E-levy, we can't do it tonight and we can't do it tomorrow. We want to be here fully in our numbers to register our position on E-levy. We can't do it tomorrow. We can't do it. So, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think we made a point that the Finance Committee has reclined to deal with the appropriations bill, the referendum. They are there. Mr. Speaker, this one is really for the Defense Ministry, but the agreement is being considered by the Finance Committee, and I'm part of the Finance Committee anyway. So just on behalf of the Finance Committee, I can move the motion and then move on.
That's motion number 20.
Mr. Speaker, I move the procedural motion listed as item 20, that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 81, which require that no motion shall be debated until at least 48 hours have elapsed between the date on which notice of motion is given and the date on which the motion is moved. The motion for the adoption of the report of the Committee on Defense and Interior on the performance, sales and purchase agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, Aero Vodochody Aerospace, AS of Czech Republic, for an amount of 111,393,400 euros for the supply of 6 L-39 next generation L-39NG aircrafts and the provision of support in terms of products, services and ground-based training system associated with the aircraft operation for the Ghana Armed Forces may be moved today. The Speaker, so moved.
Yes. Any seconder? Yes. Honorable Member for Fansiman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I think I moved the one on the contract agreement. The contract agreement. This one should have been to the agreement itself, and that really is captured. Is captured on page 8. Sorry, motion numbered 8 on page 8. This again is a procedural motion, so I move that the motion listed as item number 8 on page 8 of the order paper be adopted by the House. I so move.
Yes. Honorable Member for Infantima, are you seconding?
The Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Very well. Honorable members, this procedural motion, the question is as many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Let's move on to the substantive motion. Yes, we move on to the substantive motion. Motion number 9.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House accepts the motion, adopt the motion listed at 9 on the order paper addendum on page 8. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Yes. Honorable Member for Fansimai.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Orders 81,
Honorable Member. But the motion must be seconded.
Mr. Speaker, I move that, Mr. Speaker, this House approves the Finance Committee's report as per the notice served on members in respect of an amount of €135,137,546.70 pence, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for want of time, I shall pray hands up to capture the entire report as though same was read in extenso. Mr. Speaker, basically, this report talks about our military and the need to equip our Air Force. The Defense and Interior Committee had a trip to see and inspect and assess and evaluate where these aircrafts were to be manufactured, the experience and the background of the manufacturer, their track record and all that. It was part of the due diligence that we did for the purposes of ensuring that there is value for money and that the need to have these aircrafts for the Republic and for use of our Air Force is well founded. The Speaker, I have no doubt in my mind that when this report is approved and the financing agreement is executed and the aircrafts are procured, it will go a long way to help the Ghana Air Force, Mr. Speaker, for the purposes stated in the report. Mr. Speaker, I so humbly submit. I thank you.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable James Agaga.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor of the motion. Mr. Speaker, the motion before us is for the purchase of military aircraft, light attack fighter aircraft for the Ghana Air Force. And Mr. Speaker, like the Deputy Majority Leader has said, when the commercial agreement was brought before the Select Committee for Defense and Interior, we felt it was important to make a trip as part of our due diligence efforts to ascertain for ourselves whether the manufacturers were indeed credible and capable of delivering the aircraft in question. Mr. Speaker, the outcome of our journey to Prague was very positive in that it came to light that the company in issue, Aero Velodoki, has a track record of aircraft manufacture dating back to the early 1900s. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Air Force when they appeared together with the Minister of Defense before the committee, gave strong indication that the aircraft that we are seeking to procure from the Czech Republic are not new to our country, in that in the past they had flown the L-29 and the L-39. What we are now seeking to procure, the L-39NG, is a new variant, a new generation of the earlier aircraft that the Air Force had flown in times past. Mr. Speaker, if you consider the fact that the Air Force finds itself in a very difficult situation whereby existing aircraft have to be replaced. We have the K-8 fighter aircraft, which were procured some time ago, but as we speak, according to the Air Force itself, the K-8 fighter aircraft at the moment are being refurbished. That dwindles the offensive capabilities of the Air Force considerably, and in the face of, Mr. Speaker, emerging threats like terrorism, piracy in the Gulf of Guinea, Mr. Speaker, it is important that we retool the Air Force to be able to improve upon its offensive capabilities. And this is justification for the procurement of the aircraft in question. And so, Mr. Speaker, the committee is of the firm belief that this motion should pass to allow us to give our Air Force the muscle to be able to give us the air offensive power to defend the territorial integrity of this country and to help us ward off the terror threat that we are currently faced with as a country. And so, Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I want to urge this House to support the motion to ensure that the Ghana Armed Forces is combat ready to protect our territorial integrity. I thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Very well. You want to contribute? I thought you said we are tied. Okay, let me hear you.
Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to speak in relation to the motion moved and seconded. Mr. Speaker, we have approved similar loans in the past. There's a record in this House as to how we expect documentation on these things to happen. Mr. Speaker, I hold in my hand here a letter dated 11th of July 2021, which is a PPA approval. Mr. Speaker, everybody listen to the sequence. 11th of July 2021, PPA approval. Then I have here a letter dated 22nd July, Ministry of Finance, indicative term sheet for the financing of and the delivery of the new aircraft. Mr. Speaker, basically, oh yes, I can table it. Basically, dated 22nd. And Mr. Speaker, I have here, which is dated 21st July. Mr. Speaker, if you see the sequence, it simply means that even before Cabinet gave approval for this, PPA has already given approval for this. On what basis would PPA have given approval for something before Cabinet approves the same thing, Mr. Speaker? Secondly, even before the term sheet was approved, Mr. Speaker, this cannot be an agreement that went through a proper sequence. On whose authority did the ministry seek PPA approval? From Cabinet. So how on earth could Cabinet have given approval later than the PPA approval? Mr. Speaker, the second thing is this, Mr. Speaker, I I didn't visit Czech Republic with the committee. I visited, I know that company very well. I've flown in that aircraft on behalf of another entity before. Mr. Speaker, let's get it clear. This aircraft has been, a few countries have made commitment to this aircraft. As we speak, not a single country in this world has taken delivery of one of those aircraft. Listen. Not a single country. Listen. Prove it. I'm saying few countries, listen. Few countries have made commitment to buy this aircraft. Not a single one has got one of these aircraft in operation. On what basis are we saying that this is the best for us? Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the highest any country has paid for this aircraft so far, which have made a real commitment, was Vietnam. They paid $13.9 million for what? Why are we paying $14.7 million euros for one? Why are we paying $14.7 million for one when others paid $13.7 million? Mr. Speaker, nobody argues against retooling the Ghana Air Force. Far be from that. But Mr. Speaker, the things I said in terms of sequence of approval, there must be something wrong. Did the defense minister have the right to get PPA approval before cabinet approval? Is that what we do in this house? Something went wrong. And I'm saying that the fact that this aircraft is not in operation with any air force, what gives Ghana the confidence? In fact, the only African country that made more commitment is Senegal. Yes, recently Nigeria is making a commitment. They all don't have the aircraft. They all don't have it. So what gives them the confidence? At the committee, the defense minister says that if the Air Force says it's good, yes. As a matter of fact, Ghana operated the CW L-39 before, which is a fact. But they are all broken down now. Because they don't last that much anyway. We all know about that. So if he says the Air Force top brass told him to buy it, at least this house needed more information than the Air Force top brass told me to buy it. And I'm saying that the fact that no Air Force operates this today is a risk we are taking today to say that go and buy it. What we know, we are paying one of the highest, Mr. Speaker. We will pay any amount of money to protect ourselves. But based on the fact that we know it's a good thing. Taking committee members to Czech Republic is not enough. Because they probably saw only one aircraft. The 13 that have been manufactured for Vietnam are still a shell. They are still a shell. They are still not aircraft. In fact, Mr. Speaker, to make it clear, when you see the report, there's a reason the report couldn't even tell you the delivery time. Why? Because they have no clue when it will be delivered. I feel we should retool the Ghana Air Force. But this deal, as far as I'm concerned, is a risk we are taking. Let's do things better. And the sequence of this approval gives me the impression that it was probably not properly thought through. So I think the minister should probably withdraw this and come back again for us to approve an agreement that can retool the Air Force with efficient equipment. In fact, if an aircraft can only last for 10 years, Mr. Speaker, then there's a problem. Because aircraft can last for 30 years or more. In fact, if you fly Delta today, you will probably don't realize that the aircraft you sat in to New York is probably 30 years old. They're still flying. So if the L-39s were good enough, why did they actually break down after 10 years? Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I caution colleagues, I am not against support for the military, but I think this deal has got too many questions, and approving it at this stage is a risk we are all taking. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes. Let me hear you, Honorable Minister. For
Mr. Speaker, I ordinarily will not interject members. But when a member of Parliament is not getting his facts right and is speaking with emotions, it's very disturbing. It is my duty to give the information to members of Parliament. let me state on record that Ghana did not use the L-39 for 10 years and broke down. It's not true. Mr. Speaker, we were gifted L-38, 28 aircrafts. The country that gifted us used that aircraft for more than 20 years. And during the time of President Wallace, we were gifted those aircraft, 10 of them. I don't want to mention names. Mr. Speaker, we were also given... Oh, my friend, listen. Mr. Speaker, we were also gifted 2 L-39 aircraft. So what we are buying now, 2. The country that also gifted us those aircrafts used them for more than 15 years before giving them to us. I don't know where you are getting your facts. In fact, what you are talking about is a K-8 aircraft that we have operated for about 12 years and we have sent them for overhaul in China, but not the L-39. So please, get your facts right. It's not true.
And the technical
Mr. Speaker, the L-39 aircraft new generation is just an upgrade of the L-39 old one that we have used before. It's like buying a Mercedes-Benz or an iPhone 12 and then they brought an iPhone 13. It's just an upgrade of the old aircraft. I don't know where you are getting your facts from. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, let me also state something. That about 50 countries are using the L-39 aircraft. They've not had problems. The new generation aircraft, when you are speaking, I kept quiet. The new generation aircraft, which is an upgrade of the aircraft, has been, Mr. Speaker, ordered by 4 countries: Nigeria, Vietnam, the Czech Republic, Ghana, and Senegal. So please, get your facts right. Don't be emotional. Please, relax. Don't be emotional. A committee of parliament went. That's why I wanted you to time, not at the, today, now we are approving the financial terms. Not even, we have not even gotten there, but you have gone. I'll take time and educate you. Mr. Speaker, the committee of parliament went to the Czech Republic to satisfy themselves that the manufacturers were capable, the aircraft was good enough, and their report indicates same that this was a deal that was good for this country. Thirdly, as for the sequencing, I'm very shocked. If you sit in a ministry before, you will realize that it's not everything that goes to cabinet in terms of approval for loans, approval for contracts. But every contract must go to public procurement authority. It's not every contract that you have signed that will go to cabinet. The reason, please. Well, my leadership says I've made my point. All I want to assure members is that the men and women of the Ghana Armed Forces are, when it comes to competence, are one of the best in Africa and the world. Once the Ghana Air Force says that we have studied this and made a request, I, Dominic Nito, Minister for Defense, will not doubt them. Never. The Ghana Air Force will never be coerced. They can never. And take it from me, if you see that, you realize they will never, because they fly in the air and they use it, they will never put their men at risk. If it's not good, they'll tell you right in your face, this is not good, we will not accept it. Mr. Speaker, I just want to assure members that this is one of the cheapest in the category of the fighter aircraft that we can get. You want information, I'm just giving you. We have the fixed wing aircraft, and then we have the jet engine aircraft. This aircraft is one of the cheapest when it comes to the jet engine aircraft. If you have $30 million or euro to buy a piece, I'll be very grateful and bring one that we can pay like that. There are several vendors who have brought aircraft from the United States, from Italy, from Spain, from Czech Republic, from South Korea, from France, from the UK, that costs between 30 million and 45 million per piece. So I want to plead with members that nobody is shortchanging Ghana. And for the member to say that he alone has traveled and believes that what he has found is more important than the committee level, I beg to differ. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I will take leave for the first Deputy Speaker to but before then, let me invite Honourable Member for.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Ablakwa will conclude for leadership on our side. Thank you on this matter.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Armed Forces deserves to be re-equipped. Nobody will speak against the Ghana Armed Forces who are responsible for our collective protection, the preservation of our territorial integrity. Nobody on this side will speak against the need for them to be re-equipped and to be retooled. Mr. Speaker, what we are concerned about is that this arrangement is the most riskiest arrangement that I have ever come across in this House. Mr. Speaker, let the records reflect that there is no country currently using the L-39 next generation aircraft. Not one. Not one. There is no country in the world. As we speak, only Vietnam has ordered 12 of these aircraft. Only Vietnam. Only Vietnam. And even in the case of Vietnam, they are expecting the aircraft to arrive in 2024. And what Vietnam is doing that the Ghanaian government is not doing is that they have requested a model L-39NG aircraft for testing so that their troops will be testing before the order matures and the aircraft arrive. It is the same thing, Slovakia and Hungary. Slovakia and Hungary, as we speak, Mr. Speaker, they have not ordered at all. They are convinced that they should place an order now. What they have requested from the company, the Czech company, known as Vodakody Aerospace. Hungary and Slovakia have said that they should be given an opportunity to assess the aircraft. That is how far they have gone. They are not committing their countries. They are not committing their countries. Mr. Speaker, in Africa, only Senegal has expressed interest. Even Senegal has not placed their order yet. They have not placed their order. So the Honorable Minister for Defense is misleading this House. There is no country as we speak using the L-39 next generation light combat aircraft. No country on the surface of this planet. So we are taking such a big risk. Mr. Speaker, what is also troubling is that according to the James Paul the World's aircraft value assessment of aircraft, this L-39NG should not cost more than $10 million. That should be the maximum. And yet Ghana is going to purchase this aircraft at 14.7 million euros. Why? Not even $14.7 million euros. I mean, this is the stinkiest, most reckless deal I have ever come across. And there is no way this side of the House will support this arrangement. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the committee's own report, Mr. Speaker, at page 9, value for money audit 7.3, the committee noted failed to conduct value for money audit to give comfort to the committee that public funds are being expended efficiently. Officials from the Ministry of Finance explained that the relevant documents have been presented and the ministry is awaiting the value for money audit report. The Minister for Defense assured the committee that the agreement will be signed subject to the outcome of the value for money audit, unquote. So why the rush, Mr. Speaker? Why is this House being called upon to approve this deal, give the Minister a carte blanche, when there is no value for money audit report? Mr. Speaker, let us be cautious. If you look at all the assessments that have been made for our Ghana Air Force, in this category of fighter jets, the Brazilian turboprop is the best. Talk to all the experts. The Brazilian turboprop is the best, and it has served us very, very well. There is no need to go and experiment with this L39NG, which all countries at this point are only test driving. At this point, they are not rushing to commit millions of dollars. No country is doing that. Slovakia is only testing. Hungary is only testing. Senegal is only testing. Vietnam is only testing. Why is Ghana going this far to commit hundreds of millions of euros on a new aircraft which has just been outdoored? Very new aircraft, outdoored very recently in 2020 in Czech. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to proceed cautiously. This deal is premature. It's not well negotiated. There is no value for money audit report. The unit price is totally we cannot support this arrangement. And we on this side of the House will not give the defense minister the blessing to go ahead with this agreement. I thank you very much.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to close the debate on this matter. Mr. Speaker, in this parliament, we work at two levels, at the committee level and at the plenary. Mr. Speaker, members are entitled to their opinion. But Mr. Speaker, with respect, the Defense and Interior Committee is made up of members of substance. And we did work. The ranking led the side, and I led my side on this matter. The Finance Committee, by consensus, has come out with this report. So, Mr. Speaker, for Honorable Ablaka to suddenly be making point this side, with respect, let's get together. Other than that, we stand to collapse our committee works. Let's be careful. When members of committee sit and bring their report, and you get up to condemn your members, this must end today. We have had two committees dealing with this matter. So with respect, you don't impugn the integrity of the House. The committee, the Finance Committee, has come out by consensus. And then work was done. And you must appreciate that work. Mr. Speaker, without more, I beg, Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, when we are expressing views, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Abrapa, when he was making his submission, we sat down and listened to him. You, Honorable Abrapa. You are a senior member. If you sit down and listen to me, we can debate. We have point of disagreement. We allow you to finish. So you sit down, let me finish,
then you come in again, if you wish.
Honorable Leader, you have the floor. Just continue.
Very well. Mr. Speaker, so all I'm saying is that the two of us work together on this. The ranking member who led this side grows up and the record will bear me out, supporting what has been done. The Finance Committee report that we are considering by consensus. Mr. Speaker, this is what the Finance Committee says in its conclusion. The committee, after careful examination of the agreement, is convinced that the facility is required to adequately equip personnel of the Ghana Armed Forces, particularly the Ghana Air Force, with modern military equipment and the requisite logistics and training to enhance their offensive capabilities and to position the Ghana Air Force to defend the state from any form of aggression. The committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt its report and approve the facility agreement between Government of the Republic of Ghana. The House to adopt its report and approve the facility agreement between Government of the Republic of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, this is the committee's report by consensus. This is the committee's consensus. This is the committee's report by consensus. So, Mr. Speaker, it cannot be that we will throw this effort out of gear. Mr. Speaker, there is a high risk facing the country. There is a high risk facing the country. Would we wait?
Members, order. Your leader is on the floor. So, are you on a point of order? Are you on a point of order? Yes, I want to hear your point of order.
We are standing with them.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order.
Please.
Mr. Speaker,
we are standing with them.
The report before us and the circumstances surrounding it. Mr. Speaker, if we can help you to maintain order in this house. Mr. Speaker, I remember we started it together, and that is why I wanted just for the Deputy Majority Whip to tone down. Then I just seek your guidance on it. Mr. Speaker, the ranking member on the side of the minority seconded the motion, supported the motion on principle that, Mr. Speaker, the chairman and ranking for Defense and Interior, chairman and ranking for Finance Committee, chairman and ranking for Foreign Affairs, the leadership of this house, and the security committees were called for a meeting to discuss about matters of the military. We did not just come for the Finance Committee to generate the report, but if I could hear the sound and the background noise, it looked as if after the Akosobo meeting, which we've attended on 2 or 3 occasions, we have not been able to harmonize some matters between us. Mr. Speaker, that is why I just wanted to seek your guidance, sensing from the calm of sensing from the calm of sound, so that people will not be speaking across purposes. If this motion can be stepped down, Mr. Speaker, we are standing with the rank. We are not standing with the rank. Mr. Speaker, we are standing with the rank. The sound, the background sound is what I wanted to help you to manage. I think we must carry everybody along, and we must carry the house to follow you. That is why I wanted to come in. But
yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker,
let me indulge you. It's not our practice. It's not our practice. But if you can just hear the Honorable Agaga, there are things that have been said that I respect his judgment and opinion. I just want to hear him before you go forward on this matter. If you can accommodate Honorable Agaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No.
Yes, Honorable.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it is important clarity to bear on some of the issues raised by my colleagues. Mr. Speaker, first of all, the point needs to be made that the aircraft in question is not new to our Air Force. And we had extensive engagements with the Ghana Air Force. The Chief of Air Staff and his team met with the committee. We asked all the questions that we needed to ask, and Mr. Speaker, they assured us that the L-39NG is the newest variant of the L-39 that the Ghana Air Force had flown in times past. They also made it clear, Mr. Speaker, that the Ghana Air Force had in times past flown the L-29. These are variants of the L-39NG. Mr. Speaker, I heard my colleague make mention of turboprop aircraft. A distinction needs to be made between a turboprop aircraft and a jet engine aircraft. Mr. Speaker, the L-39NG is a jet engine aircraft. What that means is that it is faster than the turboprop aircraft. An example is the Super Tucanos that Nigeria, our next door neighbor, recently took delivery of 6 Super Tucano aircraft. Those are turboprop aircraft, distinct from jet engine aircraft. But our Air Force said, by their specifications, they had been flying the K-8 fighter aircraft, which are jet engine aircraft. And so they needed something very similar to that and more advanced than that. And that is why they settled on the L-39NG. Mr. Speaker, the committee, as part of its due diligence efforts, did not just sit here, listen to the experts. The Ghana Air Force, led by its Chief of Air Staff, we took a decision that we're going to travel to the Czech Republic to see for ourselves. And Mr. Speaker, this side of the House was represented by my good self, the Honorable Helen Ntosu, and the Honorable B.T. Baba. The majority side was made up of the Honorable Deputy Majority Leader Afenyo-Markin, the Deputy Chairman of the Committee, Honorable Ophelia Hayford, and Honorable Asante. Mr. Speaker, we are accompanied by the Deputy Minister of Defense. We toured the manufacturing plant. And Mr. Speaker, when we got there, the pictorial evidence we saw was the L-39NG in the process of manufacture. The Republic of Vietnam has ordered for 13 of those type of aircraft. And as at the time we visited the plant, 6 of them, the frames had been completed. They were only awaiting the arrival of the jet engines from the United States of America. And for your information, Mr. Speaker, the engines of the L-39NG
are manufactured in the United States of America. Mr. Speaker, the avionics, and we asked all these questions, the avionics of the L-39NG are very similar to the F-15 fighter jet, one of the best fighter aircraft in the fleet of the United States of America Air Force. So we took pains and made all these inquiries, satisfied ourselves that the L-39NG meets the specifications of the Ghana Air Force, as was confirmed by they themselves. And so, armed with this information, we came back and recommended that the loan facility be approved for the purchase of the aircraft to enhance the offensive capability of the Ghana Air Force. Is it not an open secret that we are faced with numerous security threats at a time when our offensive capability has diminished considerably?
It's enough. It's enough.
So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I hope clarity has been brought to bear on the subject. I thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, all in favour of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. Ayes have it, the motion. Yes, can I get some guidance, please? Resolution.
Still here. We proceed.
Honourable members, order. Yes, Honourable Deputy Whip.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we proceed on page 9, item number 10, resolution.
Honourable members, item 10 on page 9 of addendum order paper, resolution. Honourable Minister for Defence. Sorry, Honourable Minister for Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
Honourable member, let him seek permission for you, please.
Speaker, I seek your kind leave for the Deputy Minister of Finance to do it instead of the Minister of Finance.
Yes. Yes, Honourable Deputy Minister for Finance, you may move to this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move for the adoption of resolution numbered 10 on page 9. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Any seconder? Chief of Defence and Interior. Can we pay attention here? He has moved the resolution. Who is seconding it?
Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honourable members, the motion to adopt the resolution has been moved and seconded. All in favour of the adoption of the resolution, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The House has adopted the resolution numbered 10 on the page 9 of the order paper addendum. Yes, what next?
Speaker, we are taking item number 20 on page 17.
Is it the order paper addendum or the main order paper?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Which one?
20. Addendum.
Speaker, it's on the addendum paper.
Which one? Motion number.
Page 17.
Yeah, there are two motions.
And it's item 20. The procedural motion.
Very well, item number 20. Yes, by the Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a procedural motion. That notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 81, which require that no motion shall be debated until at least 48 hours have been elapsed between the date on which the notice of the motion is given and the date on which the motion is moved. The adoption of the report of the Committee on Defense and Interior on the performance, sales and purchase agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Defense, Wodoshodi airspace of the Czech Republic for an amount of 111,393,000.
Honourable members, order. Yes, kindly proceed.
For the supply of 6 L-39 next generation aircraft and the provision of support in terms of products.
Is a procedural motion you're moving, is that right? Just go straight and say the procedural motion number 20.
So I assume it. Mr. Speaker, so I so move. Thank you.
Yes. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honourable members, the procedural motion has been moved and seconded. All in favour of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. We move on to motion number 21.
Yes, Speaker, we continue on the same page. Item number 21, motion.
Yes, item 21, motion.
This Honourable House I rise to move this. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this House adopts the report of the Committee of Defense and Interior on the performance, sales and purchase agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana by the Ministry of Defense and Wodoshodi airspace of an amount of 111,393,400 euros for the supply of 6 L-39 next generation aircraft and the provision of support in terms of products, services and ground-based training system associated with the aircraft operation for Ghana Armed Forces. Mr. Speaker, I so moved.
Yes. The motion has been moved. Any second?
In presenting the report, I'll pray that the Hazard Department capture it as having read.
As fully read.
Whilst I dwell on the recommendations and conclusions of the committee. Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends that the ministry should ensure that the testing of the aircraft be conducted in 2 phases. The first phase of the testing, which is the initial stage, should be conducted in the Select plant in Czech Republic, and the final stage should be conducted after the test flight in Ghana. The committee further recommends that the risk factor should be shifted to the government of Ghana only after the Ghana Air Force has performed the functional test of the aircraft systems, visual inspection of the aircraft's airframe with the opening of technologies assets, aircraft engine and visual check, GSE check, and the final acceptance documentation check, and are satisfied with the aircraft performance. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, Is of the considered view that the request will undoubtedly improve the operations of the military towards defending the country. Therefore, recommends to the House to adopt its report and to approve the performance, sales and purchase agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Defense and Aerospace of the Czech Republic for an amount of 111,393,400 euros for the supply of 6 L-39 next generation aircraft and the provision of support in terms of products, services, and ground-based training system associated with the aircraft operation for the Ghana Armed Forces. Respectively, I submitted. Thank you.
Yes. Honorable Member. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion, but also would like to add a few words. With the recommendation, it refers to the committee referring to the recommendation that the risk factor should be shifted to the government of Ghana only after the Ghana Air Force has performed the functional tests of the aircraft systems and all the way to the end. But the essence of this recommendation was because the original contract as presented to the committee indicated that the risk would be shifted to Ghana as soon as the documentation was signed. And this documentation would be signed before the aircraft would be delivered to the country, tested and approved here. So this recommendation, what the committee made, and we are yet to be assured of the fact that the contract has been amended accordingly. This was referred to the Attorney General's office, and that was the basis on which the agreement and on the committee level was assented to, because this is not, unless this is done, it is not fair on the government of Ghana. Should anything happen in the transportation of the aircraft from the area of manufacture to the state of Ghana until it reaches the jurisdiction, if the risk is shifted to us while it's being transported here, surely that does not make sense. And so this was an issue that was raised at the committee level to ensure that the risk does not shift to the government of Ghana until we have taken full delivery of the aircraft, they've been tested here, and we are assured of the fact that they are up to standard. And with that, I add my recommendation that the amount of 111,393,400 be approved for the supply of the 6 L-39 next generation aircrafts. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Defense Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank members for their support. And just to assure the member that when it comes to aircraft delivery and ship delivery, the acceptance the acceptance is in two parts. The first level of acceptance is in the country of manufacture, and the second level of acceptance is in the country of delivery. So when you go, I give them power of attorney if I cannot go myself, and they will go and accept it there. And then when it comes to Ghana, the final inspection is done, tested and accepted. So that is the standard practice that is there. So I can assure him that that has been factored into the contract. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
At the conclusion of the debate, the question is all in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item number 22, resolution by the Minister for Defense.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that resolution number 22 on page 18 to 19 be accepted by the House. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
Honourable members, the motion to adopt resolution number 22 has been moved and seconded. All in favour of the motion say aye. Honourable members, are you paying attention? I'll put the question again. The resolution numbered 22 has been moved and seconded. All in favour of the House adopting the resolution say aye. Aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The House has adopted the resolution number 22 on page 18 of today's order paper addendum. Yes. Yes, Honourable Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we come to Addendum 4. Yes, Addendum 4, 1C. 1C.
Honourable members, Addendum 4. Item number 1C.
C.I. Mr. Speaker.
I. Report of the Finance Committee on the Appropriation number 2 Bill 2021. It is moved by the Chairman of the Committee on Finance.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, seek your leave for the Honourable Member for 81 East.
But where is he?
Lay the report.
Report of the Finance Committee on the Appropriation number 2 Bill 2021.
Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Abuna, Deputy Minister of Finance, is a member of Parliament, but we are dealing with appropriation, which is a core function of Parliament. That's why we have the Chairman of the Finance Committee or the Vice Chairman. So probably any member of the Finance Committee should do this. Then she can play other roles, if you don't mind, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, yes.
I'm a member of the committee. With
very well. You may lay it on behalf.
Proceed to lay.
Report of the Finance Committee on the Appropriation number 2 Bill 2021.
The report is duly laid for distribution to members. What next?
Mr. Speaker, with respect, may we proceed to page 2 of Addendum 4, Item 2, motion. The Speaker, is a procedural motion.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker,
you may proceed.
I move the motion in terms of Order 81. I so move, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Minister of Finance is here. Would therefore seek your leave for her to proceed to the...
Yes, Honourable Deputy Minister for Finance. We will move motion number 2 on Addendum 4, order paper.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that, notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 81, which require that no motion shall be debated until at least 48 hours have elapsed between the date on which notice of the motion is given and the date on which the motion is moved. The motion for the second reading of the Appropriations Bill number 2, Appropriation number 2 Bill 2021 may be moved today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, any seconder. Any seconder.
The second, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, the procedural motion has been moved and seconded. All in favour of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now, item number 3. Motion by Honourable Deputy Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the appropriation number 2 bill 2020 be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the appropriation number 2 bill 2021 be now read a second time. 2021 be now read a second time. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion, and in so doing, I present the committee's report. And Mr. Speaker, for want of time and the fact that members have already been given copies of the report, I shall proceed with the conclusion and recommendation as contained in paragraph 6 of the report, that the committee recommends that the amount not exceeding 145 billion 472 million 347,866 Ghana cedis be approved and authorized to be issued from the consolidated fund and other public funds for the purposes of financing government operations during the financial year commencing the first day of January 2022 and ending on the 31st day of December 2022. Mr. Speaker, I so submit. I thank you, sir.
Yes, Honourable Ranking Member.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to also speak to the Appropriations Bill 2021. Mr. Speaker, for the record, the amount that we are paying, the Ministry of Finance is asking for is 145.4 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that this amount is different from the total expenditure as stipulated in the budget statement. Mr. Speaker, you will note that in the budget statement, the total expenditure is 137 billion. But in the same budget statement, there is 7.9 billion for amortization. So if you are to add 7.9 billion and the 1.9 billion for arrears clearance, then you have the total appropriation. The Speaker, arrears clearance and indeed amortization is not included in the expenditure allocation for the year concerned. So it is important for us to correct that information. The Speaker, most importantly, we also need to understand that appropriations is only a summation of all the estimates that this House has approved. It does not mean that we have approved any revenue item. The Ministry of Finance is being given the permission to spend up to the amount that we are approving here today. Mr. Speaker, if the ministry exceeds appropriations, in fact, the Public Financial Management Act has sanctions that the Minister of Finance will have to face. Mr. Speaker, if this government fails to raise revenue, they will have a responsibility to cut expenditure accordingly, or, Mr. Speaker, decide to borrow for the purposes of funding government expenditure. Mr. Speaker, let me put on record that what we are approving does not mean that we have approved the electronic transaction tax or any tax measure. Any tax measure. We have not approved the E-levy. It is only an approval for expenditure should have a fiscal cliff in this economy. I believe that the appropriations must go through with a caveat that if they fail to raise the needed revenue, Mr. Speaker, the minister responsible for finance has an option to cut
All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All against say no. The ayes have it, the motion is carried. Now, item number 5.
the appropriation number 2 bill 2021 at the consideration stage. Clause 1.
Sum of money to be issued from the Consolidated Fund for the 2022 financial year.
There is no advertised amendment to Clause 1. All in favor of Clause 1 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Retain internally generated funds.
All in favor of Clause 2 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 3.
Payment of money on authorization of minister responsible for finance.
All in favor of Clause 3 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 3 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 4.
Repeal.
All in favor of Clause 4 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 4 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 5.
Commencement.
All in favor of Clause 5 being a part of the bill, say aye. Yes, Honorable Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Clause 4, repeal. Mr. Speaker, if we repeal the Act now, what happened? The year is not ended. So if we said Appropriation Act 2021 at 1069 is repealed, what happened?
When it is ascended to, it comes into effect when it is assented to, published.
So it will be ascended to after the end of the year.
Probably just at the end of the year.
31st December or 1st January.
Either of them will be okay. Other members, I was putting the question on the commencement, Clause 5. All in favor of Clause 5 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 5 is ordered to stand part of the bill. The schedules. The first schedule.
Sum of money to be issued from the Consolidated Fund for the 2022 financial year.
All in favor of the first schedule being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The first schedule is ordered to stand part of the bill. The second schedule.
Retained internally generated funds breakdown.
All in favor of the second schedule being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The second schedule is ordered to stand part of the bill. The third schedule.
Summary of expenditure by ministries, departments and agencies, economic item and funding.
All in favor of the third schedule being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The third schedule is ordered to stand part of the bill. The fourth schedule.
Summary of expenditure by program, economic item.
All in favor of the fourth schedule being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The fourth schedule is ordered to stand part of the bill. The long title.
An act to provide for the withdrawal of sums of money necessary to meet government expenditure for the 2022 financial year from the Consolidated Fund and other public funds and for related matters.
All in favor of the long title being a part of the bill, say aye. All against that, say no. The ayes have it. The long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, that brings us to the end of consideration of the appropriation number 2 bill 2021. Honourable members, item number 6. Motion. Procedural motion.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 1311, which require that when a bill has been passed through the consideration stage, the third reading thereof shall not be taken until at least 24 hours have elapsed. The motion for the third reading of the Appropriation Number 2 Bill 2021 may be moved today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any second?
Mr.
Yes.
Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, all in favour of adopting the procedural motion number 6 on today's order paper addendum 4, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now, item 7, motion by the Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Appropriation Number 2 Bill 2021 be now read a third time. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chairman.
I second the motion.
Honourable members, all in favour of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried.
An act to provide for the withdrawal of sums of money necessary to meet government expenditure for the 2022 financial year from the Consolidated Fund and other public funds and for related matters.
Honourable members, the Appropriation Number 2 Bill 2021 is now read the third time and passed. Yes, Honourable Majority Leader. Yeah, excuse me. Yes, Honourable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there are a couple of serious business to be done. Unfortunately, how far we've traveled to, I guess we see members are quite exhausted. We have thought that we'll be able to continue tomorrow, but the time after 12 midnight, it will be difficult to have a sitting tomorrow. And so we have agreed to rather sit today. We'll not sit today. We'll not sit today. We'll not sit today. But we'll rather sit Monday to finish with our standing business. And then we'll take an adjournment. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion for, there's no motion, is making a statement on adjournment to reconvene on Monday. Suffice it, Mr. Speaker, he has failed to tell us what outstanding business is there on Monday. Because don't forget, Business Committee didn't even meet. We haven't programmed these activities as is required of our standing orders. So on Monday, what business do we have on Monday? Apart from the killer E-levy, if you have any other business, state it. Apart from the killer E-levy, I'm not aware of any business. So state it, so that we know on Monday what we are coming to do.
Mr. Speaker, on the original order paper, you will see there are outstanding businesses to be done, beginning with what was intended to be done now. That is the income tax amendment number 2 bill. Then we also have the value added tax amendment bill. Then the last one, however you deem it fit to describe it, you will say a killer. E-levy bill. Others would also describe it
as the levy that is going to rejuvenate the economy. Mr. Speaker, these are the major things that we have to do.
Very well. Honourable members, the House is accordingly adjourned to Monday, the 20th. This is Monday 20th or 21st? Monday the 20th of December 2021 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon.
you.